focus in Africa and work with our African counterparts to enable African producers to do more work together. And so that was the vision that we came up with in 2018 at the NFVF as well, in anticipation of these developments. And as I said earlier, these developments were pleasing to see that we are proven right on this Africa focus strategy. And my opinion on the current SABC and what usually happens in the run-up to elections, for me, members of the committee, it's history keeps repeating itself. Every 5 years when the elections come.
I'm afraid I can't hear.
And
Chair. Despite
the many voices against this, it repeats itself, and in interference. And the head of the news, that was the case at the CCMA, she made the claim that there was some form of interference from the board. And I think it's important that the board does not interfere with the executive. And if those principles are upheld, there shouldn't be problems going forward. And it's important in the selection of the board. It's important that the board, the selection of the board, the right people are selected that understand their role and the mandate, and that they don't interfere with the running of the institution at the executive level. And this will help, especially in the run-up to elections, that the board remains fearless and support the management and ensure that the news is reported with integrity and all the parties are respected, and to build a trust with that and see not, because there is a public opinion on that.
We struggle.
Oh,
it's me.
And
it's me.
Oh, should I proceed?
Maybe it's me, honorable members, and that's gonna break the flow in terms of questions that members would ask. I'm not.
It's better now, but he did break up. I couldn't understand for about 4 minutes.
All right. That's why I would want you to at least keep the spot where you are and not make shifts. I think in that way we could be able to follow you.
Okay, no.
As I said, it probably gonna be depending on who hears what. From where I was, you would have responded to the questions up to the point of where you were reflecting on interference by the board, and that should not happen, history repeating itself. But I'm not sure, as I say, Honorable Kolabanat in particular would have asked the question at what point she would have written a notes. Honorable Kolabanat?
Yeah, look, I think I'm happy. We're busy speaking about the link, the interference by the previous board in news reportage, and from then it went haywire. Thank you.
Meaning we're at the same point.
Okay.
Then proceed from there.
Yes.
But like I think, try to keep the spot where you are, because we can still hear at least.
Okay, Chair. I hope everyone can hear me. Yes, I
Yes.
think that's the long and short of it in terms of interference is the big problem. And it, unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, it happens every 5 years, despite what people promise. And there must be ways in which we can, in terms of integrity, ensure that the people that we appoint to the board are the people that are free from political interference and that understand their role as a board, as individuals and as a collective. And on the role of the 800 million that has been budgeted for content, I hope for big improvements. For starters, the SABC has just appointed the head of local content, and this person coming in has got extensive experience from the industry, has worked in several roles within the industry. And with the support of the board, I think the strategy could be crafted, and that we work closely with the industry to ensure that with these funds, limited funds as they are, they can still achieve much more than what is being achieved at the moment. Because my feeling is that there was no clear strategy that guides how the funds will be invested within the industry to ensure that we have quality content that is compelling, that people see channels. And also, it is true, as I mentioned earlier, that people do leave the institution and they leave with their critical skills. So money without that also is problematic. So we need to strike a balance between retaining good people, spending prudently, and as well as ensuring that there is a good strategy in place, because as I mentioned, we do have a very good head of local content that has just been appointed, and I don't have any doubt that together, working harmoniously with those appointed to lead, things shouldn't improve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kolobanat. Covered?
Yes, I think I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member would want to speak before I go back to?
Yes, Chair, maybe to hear a little bit more from Mr. Shadrach Mukaba. What do you think is the reason? Why would the entity sit with so much money? Looking at where you come from with your experience, especially being knowledgeable and being in the space of content. You're in touch with content producers, filmmakers quite often, and perhaps you may also express their frustrations in trying to get their work into the SABC. What are the challenges? And maybe that coming from that end point, we can then understand as to why with an entity that purports, or rather that is struggling, and with advertising ratings or advert revenue going down, listenership, audience dropping, and yet there is this chunk of money, as little as you may think it is, but it's not little to the people who want to get their material into this public broadcaster. And there are a lot of young local content producers in this country, and even in the continent, who are struggling to get their work out there. And yet the SABC sits with so much money. And anything, this is, in my view, a tantamount to, sabotage of the entity as a turnaround strategy. I would like to hear from your point, what are the frustrations that you're picking up from the ground, from these local content producers, in them struggling to get their material or their work in the entity? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. I think the challenge is industry-wide. I've had the opportunity to sit on the NAC board, the National Arts Council. I've had the opportunity to sit on the National Film and Video Foundation. And myself, I've went through processes applying at both without much luck at some point in my career. And also the national what is required from, and so that is really, really frustrating. And so if we think the process of our application is complicated, we could, number one, to simplify it, but number two, to create awareness, to go on a road show, because I've seen it work at other entities that like the National Arts Council, where a call is not made silently on the website, and they assume that everyone knows about the process and you must just approach us. It has to be a dedicated team that goes on the roadshow, speak to the creators, especially emerging filmmakers, make them understand what the requirements are, how to help them to access these funds, and also the emerging, the developed filmmakers, if they could be partnerships to help them mentor the younger people. So at the end of the day, there are more filmmakers that need the funds. The 800 million becomes small if people are aware, but it becomes big and difficult to spend if the large population is not aware that the money is available in the first place. So that is the challenge, to create awareness, to have a dedicated team that goes on a roadshow, simplify the application process, have monitoring and evaluation to ensure that the funds are spent according to the agreement. And what I used to do when I was at the NFVF, I used to do what was not usual at the time, to go on set when people were shooting and spend time with them and understand how the money is being spent. And one thing that I learned immediately was that our funds, the public funds, go in and they are used to hire equipment and they immediately go out. And so the filmmaker is left with very little to continue and finish the project, while the people, the companies that are already privileged are making a lot of money from all this. And it's how we're structuring these things. And so one of the ways I was saying, we have to interrupt this concentration in same hands and ensure that the equipment is accessible, it's affordable, and work with filmmakers, because the way it's structured, it's not conducive. One thinks that we're transforming the industry, but if you look at the bulk of the funds, where they're actually going to, is the same established companies, whereas the young filmmakers, they end up with losses, and many of them are discouraged and they stop working. So we must, within the system at the SABC, ensure that the funding is used and it goes to the correct people. We do not enrich the same old faces that used to benefit pre-1994, and they continue to benefit post-1994. That's what I would say, Mr. Pambo.
No, thank you, Mr. Wakawa. Through you, Chair, I would like to know, with all that you have just said, which is quite interesting, have you tried to approach the entity to at least advise, especially seeing that this has been ongoing? It's not something that has started with this board. It is a challenge that has been persisting, and it has been a frustration for a lot of local content producers. And as a person who has picked it up, what have you tried to do in trying to circumvent this, and also to assist those that you were rightfully placed to basically be, loosely put, a big brother in assisting them to get their material into the platform? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Some of the interventions at the time when I was at the NFVF included creating slates to train young people and to have a mentor work with them from beginning to end. Actually, the SABC was partners at that point that year when I was there with the NFVF, to ensure that once the project was completed, then there was an opportunity for the short films that were created to be shown on television, SABC. And so, but this needs to continue. It shouldn't have been a once-off. It needs sustained approach. Similar slate was created just for women, so that also they found themselves disadvantaged with the industry dominated by male middle-aged males, by all these people that found themselves on the periphery or marginalized because of those structural things. And so this needs to be an ongoing kind of support. And in this way, people become more experienced and they can begin to identify additional sources of income to fund their films. And also as the continent begins to open up, there are those opportunities that are continuing to build. For example, in my personal capacity, I started a company that is called the Africa Screen Festival. And on an annual basis, we discuss co-productions and how Africans can access funding and work with each other. So all these things, we're trying to move away from money being in the same hands and people that are excluded continue to be excluded. So those are the things that need somebody, an organization that is focused, that is aware of the challenges, and we have to monitor on an ongoing basis if we are making an impact. Having just funds dished out without monitoring if we are really making a difference, it doesn't help, because the money goes out and every year there will be a new budget, the money goes out and you won't see any impact whatsoever. So we have to look into the industry with different lenses and understand what is the impact we're making with the money that we're paying out. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
The Honorable Pambo.
Thank you very much. I think I'm covered.
Okay. May I just check if there's any other hands before I go back to Mr. Vukawa? If no other hand, maybe if I can just go back to the points we've already raised, once again to have more of clarity in that. Look, if one was to take the position you were in to act as CEO post forensic investigations and so on, and other people leaving, the SABC, if you were to be considered, to probably get into an environment where they still fight about irregular expenditure, but also what the Zondo Commission would have also pointed out as corrupt practices and the need to chase those that may have benefited unduly so. If you were to take the two, what experience would you have gained on the other side that you can utilize if you were to be a board member, understanding the limitations of a board member compared to the acting CEO, also that you would have been. So I think that's one thing there in that regard, just to know what you'd look at. Second one, you've emphasized the point about not getting politics interference of the board, especially as it relates to the newsroom and so on. Locate the independence from a point of relationship that needs to exist between the board, the executive, the minister as a shareholder, and in parliament that needs to do oversight, where sometimes you get to have unavoidable tensions that exist. So those are the two questions, just to clear my notes as you were breaking up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think what I would do in this situation at the SABC, especially given the outcomes of the Zondo Commission and other outcomes, I would work on the policies that focus on the prevention, detection, and monitoring of irregular expenditure. Because what we did at the NFVF at the time was to ensure that there are systems in place to deal with these things, as opposed to focusing on personalities. And once these are in place, it's easier to see something that is out of the norm, and you are able to deal with it. But also importantly, to strengthen, to deal with the supply chain department, ensure that they are capacitated to deal with issues as they arise, because otherwise, when people sometimes they do this thing, they see these things, but they are not capacitated to deal with them in a safe manner. And so we ensure that the systems are in place, but through policies that are appropriate. That's how I would deal with it, Chair. But also, lastly, before I conclude on this particular point, to ensure that there is consequence management once things are doing that. And that way, you begin to build a culture of people taking responsibility for their actions and building slowly the integrity of the organization, and outsiders will begin to see that happening. In terms of the other question, Chair, I'm trying to remember. I made a note. I can't see my note. Or the tension, political tensions. Yes, Chair. That is always there. I mean, even in my background, when I was acting at the NFVF, the shareholder is the minister. We were accountable to the portfolio committee in Parliament, and we have the independent board. So that relationship is necessary to keep checks and balances. When everyone knows their roles and their responsibilities, it works very, very well. The problem is when others cross the line to try and influence the other side improperly. You can, I think, when a relationship is healthy, debate issues in a healthy manner, because the mandate is the same. The act dictates what needs to happen, and it's consistent, and it speaks to all those three, the parliament committees and the executive of the organization, as well as the shareholder. It covers all those people, and there shouldn't be any confusion as to who does what. The tensions are necessary. We should not eliminate those. The problem is if people come from political offices with hidden agendas and mandates, and then they come onto the boards and try to implement those. That's when you need strong boards that are able to see through these things and protect the organization from such influences. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bugaba. Like I said, you would have 3 minutes to yourself to address the committee before we wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have much to add than what was said, except to apologize for the connectivity at the beginning of the interview. This is really, truly frustrating, but I thank the members of the committee for your patience, and hopefully you did get at the very end the gist of my presentation and my positions on the various issues raised, and I thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bugaba. Just to indicate that in terms of, I just hope we're still, yes, still on the platform. Just yes. In terms of yes. The formalities, that if you have further inquiries to make regarding the process, you'll consult with the administration that worked with you as you were preparing for these interviews. But from a point of the decision-making process, all our meetings, as you know, are open to the public and therefore transparent in that sense, and will be able to proceed such. So I take it that you'll keep an eye on what is happening up until the end of the process. But feel free to inquire or interact with the administration if you have got matters to deal with. Otherwise, thank you really for your time with all the challenges, but we could interact with you. I think that's what is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Right. So as we offload Mr. Bugaba, I take it that the next candidate has been admitted into the meeting.
Yes, Chairperson. We have Professor Franz Kruger online, Chair.
Prof. Kruger, Please welcome. Let's see if we have a good start with you, given all the challenges of power supply, kind of connectivity. Yes.
Yes.
Can you
I
hear
hope so,
us?
Chair. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. I take it that all other members do hear you and they can see you. Right. As I welcome you, this is the subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly allow that subcommittees could be set up by committees to deal with specific tasks. And our task as this subcommittee is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you've been nominated and shortlisted for as you appear before the subcommittee. The subcommittee is constituted by members from different political parties, proportional to the size of the electoral support received during the 2019 elections, which then led to representation in Parliament. So that's the committee we have, so quite fairly representative of parties in Parliament. Just to clarify how we are going to approach engagement or conversation we're going to have with you, Prof. Kruger. We call it the conversation or engagement. Just put aside the interview part so that you are able to share your experiences honestly, so, and that members in their interaction with you also, we can learn from you, and you'll also maybe reflect even beyond this engagement on what members would have raised. We have 45 minutes to cover that engagement. That's the time we've set for each candidate. But in the nature of this conversation, members may make follow-up questions to try and get answers for what they would ask. So it may be less, or it may be a little bit more than the time that has been put. So we do so to cover the ground. It also therefore includes the introduction briefly of the members. We will also, after that introduction, give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, your experiences, and how qualifications and other skills you have would contribute if you were to be considered for recommendation to the board of the SABC. So after that 5 minutes, we'll then get to the actual interaction with members, which is 5 minutes per member, which takes into account questions and the responses. So once every member who has been given a chance would have spoken, of course, from the side of the chairperson who's facilitating, I will only ask if there's a need really to just follow up on a point that has already been asked. Otherwise, I just facilitate the meeting. We'll then thereafter give you again 3 minutes, having interacted with the members, to make your few remarks at the end, or whatever question you may want to be clarified on, and we'll then wrap up and get to the next candidate. I hope, Professor Kruger, that's clear in terms of how we need to move forward. I will therefore, without waste of time, just quickly run on the members that are on the platform. We do have some apologies from 2 members, one from the IFP. The Honorable Machozo has just sent a note that she may not be able to join. Honorable Mtembu may join us later. but we have the required numbers to proceed. That's what's important, that we do have the quorum. We have from the African National Congress, the Honorable Dr. Basob. He will indicate the honorment can be heard.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Prof. Kruger. I'm here on the platform.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basob. We have Honorable Mulala. Honorable Mulala is still on the platform. Honorable Mulala. We'll get back to him, but I do see that is on the platform. He may be talking to himself because it's still muted. I will then move without waste of time. Myself, Honorable Maneli, ANC, but I'm also the chair of the subcommittee. We have Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. Yes, I managed to sort my connectivity problems out. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. We have the Honorable Bambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF. Honorable Bambo.
Chair, we are here as the EFF. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bambo. I wanted to see if I will see what I saw with Honorable Mlala that he complained about, but we'll pass. That's Honorable Bambo. I have given an indication of the other two members, so we can proceed in this regard. That's a brief introduction, and we're now back to you on the 5 minutes brief introduction.
Good afternoon, Chair and honourable members, and thank you for your time and your attention this afternoon. I imagine it's been a long day already. I don't know when you started, but I imagine you've had quite a lot of interviews already. So, I mean, just to introduce myself briefly, I have been a journalist all my life, and I like to think that the journalism that I have practiced over the years has been focused on public service. I was involved in an alternative opposition news agency in the Eastern Cape for some years before joining the SABC, and I would welcome an opportunity to say a few things about those early years at the SABC that I was privileged to serve between 1994 and 1999. But certainly it was a great opportunity. It was memorable, it was exhausting, but it was I still think of it as one of the highlights of my career. This time in the very, very early days of turning the apartheid state broadcaster into a broadcaster that was suitable for the new democracy. I spent 5 years there, and then spent 10 years doing various kinds of work, freelancing as a journalist, doing bits of consultancy and bits of training, and getting more and more involved in the university. I've been here at Wits University full-time since 2009. And really, I think I was part of the group that created this program, this journalism program at the University of the Witwatersrand, to the extent that it is now. I founded the Wits Radio Academy, which serves particularly community media. I mean, I have a PhD, which I wrote in the field of ethics, journalism ethics, fairly recently. I have a book on ethics. I have had a strong focus on public service broadcasting, particularly public service media, over the years, with, yes, a particular focus also on community media. So what do I bring to this possible nomination? I bring, firstly, I think, a very strong commitment to the idea of media and of journalism as public service. At various points of my life, this has meant different things. It has meant opposition to apartheid at one point. It has meant It has meant the reconstruction phase just after 1994. And since then, it has meant working on various issues that arise for the media today. I have a strong interest in accountability. You'll know from my CV that I've been involved in the South African Press Appeals Panel. One of the things that I would be interested in, where I end up on this board, would be to follow up on the discussions around the appointment of a public editor. And most recently, I've been very much engaged in issues of sustainability, issues of financing. I mean, I imagine we can talk a little bit more about this in the, as you ask questions or as we engage further. But it seems to me that that is at the core of what the public broadcaster needs to sort out at this point. I think the existing board has done a number of useful things, and I think that process needs to continue. I think we are in an extraordinarily complex environment where two worlds overlap, the worlds of information and the technical world of platforms. And the ways in which these shift and change need a lot of consideration. And I think I bring something to the table there in terms of being aware of some international precedents and examples that may be of use in the South African context. But ultimately, I'm a journalist. I'm somebody who believes in serving the public with reliable information. SABC is an absolutely central institution in South Africa's public life. It deserves the very best in all sorts of senses. And I would be honored to be chosen to contribute to that.
Thank you, Prof. Kruger. I will now get to members to interact with you. If I can just get those who would want to speak. If I don't see your hand, please do indicate by shouting. I see Honorable Connor Barnett's hand is already up, ready to engage with you, followed by Honorable Molala. In that order, let's start with those hands for now, and then we'll take up. Thank you. Honorable
Thank you,
Connor.
Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, Professor, as a lifelong journalist, which is, despite the fact that you've headed up various training departments, etc., I think once a journalist, always a journalist. What are your thoughts on the whole issue that ended with the sacking of the head of news, who was then exonerated by the CCMA, but not taken back? She was just paid out. What is your take on that? What do you think the board should have done? And what would you do to change the SABC to get it out of that cycle where it seems to go, as it heads towards an election, it gets the boa constrictor around the journalists, and after an election everyone relaxes again, and that's political pressure brought to bear. What would you perhaps change or introduce to attempt to ameliorate that situation? The SABC as such, of course, working in a highly complex and competitive environment now. What are your thoughts on what the SABC did in the acting of some 600 people with their, well, they did act, and they say, oh, some of them chose to take retirement. They changed their job descriptions and halved their salaries. They had no option but to go, most of them. So now they've turned around and they're hiring well over 400 people. The claim is it's to bring in different expertise, but they already fired huge amounts of expertise. So opinion on what happened there, what was done. Of course, they've gone ahead and scrapped some of their top programs. They have very little content, it seems, and certainly nothing new. And as a result, I think the listener and viewership have dropped, plummeted. So thoughts on that entire debacle and what could be done about it, or what should have been done. The Zondo Commission revelations of corruption within the SABC, thoughts on that and what perhaps a new board could do to tackle that. You know, entities all over the country are tackling sectors of the final Zondo report. So that one has to be tackled from your end, and I suppose the portfolio committee's end. And then, yeah, finally, your main area of expertise is journalism. That's your baby. So from your perspective, what do you see as the most important thing to be done to turn the SABC around? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. In preparing for this meeting, and being aware that you're on this committee, I was trying to remember whether we overlapped at the SABC, but I think you left just about the time that I got there in 1994. But I certainly remember listening to you on air, on the radio. But thank you for that. And if I miss any points, you'll remind me. So the unfortunate series of events around the former head of news, Patiswa Machopeni. Firstly, it is a little uncomfortable. I understand she's a candidate in this process, so it's a little uncomfortable to discuss, you know, another candidate. But let me say this. I mean, it's clear from a process point of view that, and you highlighted it in the next part of your question, is that the process of safeguarding, or the mechanisms, let me say, to safeguard the independence of the news of a broadcasting organization like the SABC is absolutely critical. You cannot have interference of any kind. And I think it is one of the key functions of the board is to protect the independence of the broadcaster, of the newsroom, the news staff, the people involved in actually putting material to air. It is very unfortunate what happened. There was a process that ended in a particular way, as you've outlined. There was a board inquiry, as I understand it, on one level. There was a CCMA process and an inquiry into a complaint, which ended in particular ways. It is very unfortunate that it ended in that way. What I would want to see, and I think this would get to the heart of some of the difficulty here. What I would want to see, and perhaps the board has already addressed this, I'm not sure, is some very clear parameters for interaction between board members and particularly the head of news around issues of content and coverage. I think it is inevitable that board members will interact, but of course that needs to be done in a way that is respectful of the editorial autonomy of the news staff. The editor-in-chief is, after all, the ultimate authority of decisions of that kind. So interaction is probably inevitable, but we need parameters and clear rules to make sure that that cannot be construed or it cannot veer into any kind of interference. You talk about the cycle of interference, and again, I make the point that it is part of the job of the board, I think, to protect the integrity of the organization. I must also say that I think stability goes a long way. And I think the cycles that the SABC has gone through that you've mentioned have been incredibly damaging. I've been, over the years, I've been asked time and time again about, the SABC. And it seems to me that one of the things that the organization really badly needs is to be allowed to settle, for people to build up the confidence that the organization is stable, that it's got their back, and that therefore it also becomes possible to take risks. I mean, at my time in the SABC, we did get calls from cabinet ministers sometimes pushing us in this direction and that direction. And, one resisted that, one listened, certainly. I mean, sometimes there was a valid point to be made and one took it into account, but certainly there could be no question that you would allow cabinet ministers to, to tell you what to do. You ask about the retrenchment process. And of course, it was an enormous tragedy. And as far as I'm concerned, any lost job in broadcasting is a tragedy. I think that one has to balance that against the clear need for the SABC to to get to get out of the financial red, to get onto a balanced basis. I mean, I have not been able to interrogate exactly what kind of vacancies are being advertised. It does seem to be a bit counterintuitive at this point to get rid of a whole bunch of people and then hire some back. I mean, there may be a case where skills are an issue. I do think one of the key challenges for the SABC is to get the skills mix right. I understand that the board has conducted a very detailed audit of skills, or management, I guess, has done the actual auditing, and has found significant mismatch between people and the jobs that they're in. And that clearly is unsustainable, and that needs to be addressed, I think, with some urgency. I mean, people need to be skilled enough to do the work that they're expected to do. You mentioned also some programs that were recently scrapped. I guess you're referring mainly to special assignment. Look, programs sometimes have run their course and do need to be replaced. But I feel very strongly, and this would be something that I would want to pursue, is that the SABC needs to move to the next stage and invest in real flagship programming. That may be documentary. It may be, news and current affairs. It may not be. It may be drama. But I think it is really important for the standing and the self-respect, I think, of the SABC to have a couple of places of undisputed excellence. And that, funding should be found and ring-fenced and made available so that there are at least a couple of programs which really stand out. And where there is some space for experimentation, because I think the corporation could do significantly more to innovate, to show the way to others. I think your final point was about the report of the Zondo Commission. And I mean, clearly, like every other entity, that needs to be looked at very closely. Action needs to be taken against people where that's appropriate. Systems need to be strengthened so that these things can't happen. Before I pause on, I mean, I think journalism has been my core business, but I do want to again mention the point that I have, I think, developed some expertise in funding issues. It's a complex environment. It's, the new technologies that we all operate on have created new monopolies. And I think that is an additional area of expertise that I would be able to offer the organization and the committee.
Honorable Mulala.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon.
Sorry, Chair.
Are you listening to me, Prof? Yes.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry,
okay,
Chair.
okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Prof, SABC represents the aspirations of all South Africans, including their heritage, both their cultural heritage, and therefore it represents the hopes of all of us. I want you to comment on the following pillars in terms of how you think, as a board member, you could turn around SABC. I want you to comment on, you have already commented on human capital. I want you to comment on governance. What is your assessment thus far in terms of SABC, in terms of governance, in terms of content platforms, and in terms of financial sustainability? That's my first question. The second one, I would love you to also comment about how you think SABC programs can create or develop a national identity which will represent the diverse of South African population. And lastly, I want you to comment on the commercial arm of the SABC. What is their role and what do you think? Should it be sustained, or you think it's a waste of resources, or it's just remain a business arm? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Molala. In terms of governance, I think that the current board has done quite a lot of work to strengthen, I guess, itself and its processes of governance within the for the SABC. I mean, the SABC has gone, in governance terms, has gone through extraordinarily turbulent times. If one casts one's mind back to the times where there were interim boards that were brought in to basically endless bailouts to pull the SABC out of difficulty. So I think some progress has been made. I think one will probably, have to be in the engine room, so to speak, to assess fully the kind of strengths and weaknesses of the organization as it stands in terms of governance. But it does seem to me that in an overall sense, there is more stability. I was reading a piece earlier today, I think, that pointed out that the chair of the board is the first one ever to have served the full period. I think that's some kind of indicator. So yes, I think in brief, work has been done, but clearly more needs to be done. The content platforms, I'm wondering whether you mean the technical platforms. I'm going to assume so. If you want to point me in a different direction, please do so. One of the strategic aims as outlined in the planning of the SABC is to have content for everyone, everywhere. And I think that is an honorable aim. I think one of the mistakes that we make when it comes to planning for the future is to assume that the future is here right now. And what that means in practical terms is that there is a lot of talk about the fourth industrial revolution, everybody moving online, and so on and so forth. But I think we need to recognize that FM radio, though having lost some audience share over the past couple of years, is still probably the most important platform for the majority of our country's people. And that may well change over the coming time. But I think it is a mistake to move too quickly or to think only about a situation where we're all online. I think we need to use every platform that is available to us, and we need to be sensitive to the drift or the shift, let me say, to the newer platforms that is underway, no doubt. But I think that particularly in a country like South Africa will take considerable time. So the SABC needs to develop an OTT platform. It needs to be on different satellite platforms, but it does also need to maintain, in radio terms, FM signal. I mean, there is, of course, a little bit of uncertainty now around the speed at which the FM switch off, the analog switch off will take place for television, given the court ruling that came from the Constitutional Court, I think about a month and a half ago. One hopes that will be resolved fairly quickly, so that we all know where we are. But even from a commercial point of view, I mean, it is clear that analog switch off may well hurt the SABC's income streams. Unless really everybody is able to access DTT in the way that they should. I hope I've addressed the issue of content platforms. Please, point me if I need to continue. So, in terms of financial sustainability, I mean, I think one of the interesting things that the current board has done is I think they've been quite clever about identifying new kinds of income streams. So the discussion around the Syntec rates, the must-carry rules, and other things I think are useful. Part of the mix, of course, is the broadcasting levy, which is not exactly a popular measure, and we will see how that discussion unfolds over time. There is one area that I think the SABC does need to take into greater account than it has in the past, and that is tapping into the income streams that may be available from the technical platform giants, the Googles, the Facebooks, and the like. We have an interesting example that comes from Australia, where the competition authorities there have created a framework which forces the platform giants to negotiate payment towards the publishers, newspapers, but also others. And if memory serves correctly, in the first year of the operation of this arrangement, some 200 Australian dollars, about 150 US dollars, 150,000 US dollars, million US dollars, flowed into the media economy in that country. And the ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, was able, on the strength of the money that they got, to create 50 jobs in remote areas. Now, there is currently a Competition Commission inquiry here in South Africa, which is looking at some of these things. And one of the things that I would be interested to pursue as the board is an engagement with that process, because it seems to me that we've got to accept that these international technical giants have wrought havoc in media landscapes in many countries, but also in South Africa. And it has to be addressed by the state, by the government, and by the various authorities. It is also, I think, an issue that this committee might well engage with in a useful way. You ask about national identity. I mean, we are a fairly fractured country, and I think social coherence is obviously one of the key goals that we have to pursue. It seems to me that the SABC, with its multilingual channels, its appeal in different communities, its strong appeal across the country, is in an excellent position to bridge those different communities. One of the things that I was involved in when I was at the SABC was the coverage of the Truth Commission, which, of course, has since been criticized on all sorts of grounds for very good reason, I think, in some cases. But we were very alive to the fact on radio that what we were doing was reporting a story across the different language ghettos, let's say, ensuring that Afrikaans speakers heard the stories out of the Zulu-speaking communities and vice versa. And I think that structural advantage that the SABC has in South African society is incredibly powerful. Is it fully used? I don't think so. I think that there is more capacity there to make sure that we hear each other's voices across the different divides that exist. I think that goes beyond. I mean, I notice in the annual report there's a lot of emphasis on broadcasting the various national weeks and national events, and of course that's an important point. But I think some fairly deep thinking about the ways in which a broadcaster of this kind talks to different groupings and creates, hopefully, thereby a national identity. Some deep thinking about that would be very helpful. The commercial arm, I mean, I think this division of the SABC into a public commercial and a public arm has been widely criticized and really should be done away with. I think it is inevitable that the SABC will continue to need commercial income. We are not Norway or Sweden, where the fiscus can simply support a public broadcaster no matter what we would like. Commercial income will be necessary. I think it would be good to reduce the percentage of commercial income, but it will be necessary. So commercial activities are going to be part of the picture for a considerable period. But I think the attempt to split the corporation into these two arms has proved artificial. I mean, as everybody, I think, as many people have pointed out, some of the African language stations, which are classed as public rather than public commercial, actually earn more money than some of the stations that are classed as commercial.
Honorable Mlala, I take it that the ground has been covered fully.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We now look at Honorable Pambo. Hands up.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to come in immediately after Ms. Scholar Barnard, as it is a follow-up in what came up as a response by Mr. Kruger. You say that cabinet ministers, there are cabinet ministers who called you to ask you what to do, to tell you essentially what to do. And I didn't hear you saying anything about, oh yes, I heard you say that you didn't do anything with the instruction that was issued to you. What I did not hear is, firstly, who these ministers are, what did they want you to do, and what did you do after that? Did you take any action, or they just called you and you were irritated by them and you left it at that? What happened after that? But importantly, it's helpful that you tell us who these ministers are as a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pumble. I mean, the one example that I can mention was, and it wasn't the minister himself. I mean, it was the spokesperson for the Minister of Housing at the time, Minister Slovo, who has, of course, long since passed on, who called and insisted that we do a live broadcast from a particular housing summit that was being held in Botshabelo at the time. And, you know, it seemed to me at the time that, of course, it was an important event. I mean, you must remember these were the early days of the new democracy, and, you know, policy was being created and shaped in a very, quite a dramatic way in many cases. But it seemed to me that we weren't able to, and it would be too much to do, you know, hours and hours of live broadcasting from deliberations of a housing summit. So, you know, I listened, and I said I would, I can't remember what I said exactly, but I presume, I think I probably said I would take it on advisement, and we then covered the story, but not, you know, by way of a live broadcast. So that's an example of the kind of intervention that one can mention.
Professor, I thought it was more than one minister. Is it only the late Minister Slovo?
That's the most direct example that I can remember at this point. And if I used a plural rather than a singular, then I apologize for that. I can't right now remember another, you know, example. But, you know, in a general sense, you know, that hasn't really changed at the SABC. One had a sense then of being scrutinized very closely, not so much on radio as on television. I mean, I think, you know, television was much more closely watched politically than we were at radio, which was often something of a relief. I think colleagues at television got you know, many more calls of that sort. But that's the specific example that I can cite at this point.
Mr. Kruger, I see on your CV, it says you're an adjunct professor. This is a very interesting title. Can you please explain what that title means? What does this title, adjunct professor? As a person who went to the same university where you were, Wits University, I think it's my first time coming across an adjunct professor. And maybe if you can make it clear to us what is an adjunct professor, and in the process, maybe explain how does one become a professor? What is the process of becoming a professor?
Yes, thanks. And I actually, I remember coming across you, I think even in the waiting room of Voice of Wits at one point during the time that you were there. But thank you for that. So the university has you know, different kinds of professors, and specifically the adjunct professor rank is sometimes given to people who do not have primarily an academic background, most often a situation where they don't have a PhD, but that the university judges their professional background and history and trajectory as equivalent or as good enough to earn that rank. It's equivalent in seniority to associate professors, and then after that, of course, you get full professors, and then what are called personal professors. The process was simply this. I did not at the time have a PhD. I earned the PhD sometime after that. We got funding to create a unit, the Wits Radio Academy, and revive the radio station Voice of Wits, and that went with the post of a director. It was advertised at various levels, and I pitched I pitched for the job. I was then, in order for it to be taken, for the possibility to be considered for me to be given this title, firstly, the university asked expert assessors to look at my publications, my history of publications, and they did that. They looked at my ethics book and various other things. I had to give a public lecture. There was, a panel. There was an in-depth interview, and then the university decided that yes, it was. I met their requirements and gave me the title. I hope that answers you.
Partly, Professor. How many adjunct professors do you know? It's a very interesting title. Yes, I mean, you did mention that you got your PhD after that. I remember, I think I was, it's after I had been unfairly kicked out of university under the leadership of that former headmaster, that your name was making the rounds, and there was a big outcry. I think you remember that. About whether or not you qualify to be called a professor, let alone being a professor. And, I would like you to speak a little bit about that. And also to speak about the number of publications that you have under your belt. I did look at your CV, and you did mention that this title of an adjunct professor is ordinarily given to someone who had not fulfilled a certain criteria. I certainly am familiar with associate professors. A lot of Black professors at Wits University, some had to even leave because they were struggling to finally be recognized as full professors, and they had to go elsewhere. And I mentioned it because the majority of white professors, when you go into their publications, they, in many cases, have less than that of their Black counterparts, and always the excuse is experience. And you will agree with me that the space in which you are, or rather the title that you got, is in a space where to be a professor, it's to pride yourself with not only the production of knowledge, but to profess in that space. And I would like you to speak a little bit on that. And also, as a person who wrote in ethics, how you never found a dilemma, especially with a lot of, perhaps not your peers, but your colleagues at the time, who, without mentioning names, who have had issues, your students included. I think you are quite familiar with it. And I think speak openly so that we have a full sense, because part of the post, that part of the responsibilities, and I started this by asking you about these ministers who would be calling you to ask you to do this or that, is that we need board members who are not going to be influenced from without and who will put the entity first. And so I go into this past or your career to basically ascertain from that point of view. Thank you, Mr. Kruger.
Sure. Let me start with a question about numbers. I don't have an exact number of how many adjunct professors there are at WITS. I know that former Minister Nhlanhla Nene was recently appointed to the WITS Business School. From memory, he may have been appointed at adjunct professor level, but I'm really open to correction. I would need to just double check. You're quite right that it's not that common, but it is common enough for the university to have a process. That was, what I went through, and the university. I mean, I just also need to say, it was the university who gave me the title. I didn't give it to myself. Certainly, to the extent that WITS and other universities still, have structures of advantage and privilege that need to be fought. I acknowledge that completely. I don't believe that I got the title unfairly. I think that my track record is sufficient to justify that, and the university through its structures certainly took that decision. You're asking about. And clearly you're also making the link to the question of ethics. I mean, clearly, those kind of practices and those kind of structural discriminations, which persist in South Africa, there's no question, are problematic and need to be fought. I mean, I think that my track record on the question of transformation is a good one. I mean, of course, I am a white male, there's no question of that. But I think that I have shown in various roles that it is possible to be in that position and to further a transformation agenda. And that includes, by the way, I think, in WITS journalism. I think you will find that the department, or the WITS Center for Journalism as it is now, has a very different complexion to what it was a few years ago, and that was because of systematic appointment of women, of younger people, of Africans, and I think we've done, I think, a good job to address those imbalances of the past. And certainly when it comes to the SABC, the board, of course, is charged with those kinds of responsibilities of continuing the process of transformation, and that is, that's about gender, it's about race. I think it is also particularly about class, and I think the SABC is in a particularly important position, particularly powerful position, to make sure that everyone in South Africa has reasonable access to information, and that the kind of disparities of wealth that persist and that make a division between the information haves and the have-nots are hopefully progressively minimized.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo.
Thanks, Mr. Kruger. As a parting shot, I would like you to say something. I'm sure you've heard of a covert unit, which was with a covert unit within the media fraternity, which was established by the apartheid government to discredit liberation heroes, namely the late Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela. Now, this unit was known as Stratcom. I think you would know. Do you think this unit ever existed, or exists, or still exists? And how much of it do you know of? Any comment on that one?
Thanks again, Honorable Pambo. I have read some of the commentary and some of the reports about a unit of that kind. I mean, I think it is significant some of those allegations were tested. and that not a great deal of evidence was found to back it up. I mean, having said that, of course, there's no question that the media, like other sectors of apartheid South African society, were infiltrated by agents of the state. I am unaware of any of those agents still being active, and I think you know, one would need to find evidence if one were to take that any further. But yes, certainly there was infiltration. Some of the people were exposed, others were probably not. You know, I think a more contemporary issue that we do need to confront is, you know, the independence of the media, and the ways in which some elements of the media were drawn into and continue to be drawn into factional power plays by political parties. And I think that's a problem, and that's a contemporary problem that we need to confront.
No, thank you, Honorable Pamba. I think you've covered the ground on matters we wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kruger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if there's any member. Otherwise, I wanted to go to Prof. Kruger to give him the 3 minutes. Having interacted with members, this is an opportunity to address us again in the 3 minutes. Over to you.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks again for your time and for the questions that you've posed to me. As I've said, I think the SABC is a critical institution. It is of the utmost importance that it builds trust, it rebuilds trust, it earns the trust of audiences. It has a set of priorities that it needs to address, and probably the first and most important one is this issue of financial sustainability. And then I think on top of that, there is an urgent need to build quality to make it into the kind of leading organization that it needs to be. I bring to the table experience in journalism. I bring to the table a particular interest in storytelling and in accountability. My person, I mean, I was asked a couple of questions about my history and my experiences, my qualifications. I mean, you will judge those. You know, you have obviously the full list of people in front of you, and you will take a view of whether my particular set of skills fits would make a useful contribution, given what I've said. But just to, I think I just need to restate that as a closing note. SABC really needs to work. It has come some distance. It needs to go further. And one hopes that it can. I think as a country, we need a functional, effective, cost-efficient, and excellent SABC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Kruger. As I said, we are now almost at the end, and really thank you for interacting with members. And I'm sure the objective that I've outlined in the beginning, that in the interaction we'd learn from each other in that school, and surely that would have been achieved. But just on the side of formalities, for follow-ups or inquiries to make, you can interact with the support staff who was interacting with you as you prepared for this engagement with the subcommittee. But as it relates to the decision-making process, as you'd be aware, all our meetings are open to the public, so South Africans are able to follow. You probably, in your busy schedules, do take time off to follow what happens in the committee. So you'd use that channel from a point of watching how far the process is going from a decision-making point of view. But as I said, administratively, you can interact with Ms. Ndabeni and others in the committee support. So that then takes us to the end of the engagement. We really thank you for appearing before this committee. And I'm sure you'd continue to have reflections post this committee engagement with you. We ourselves will take some of these experiences shared by candidates to also improve on the oversight work we need to do as Parliament over the SABC board itself.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. As we allow you to log out, we will then ask administration to give an indication if we do have the other candidate on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is Mr. Zolisa Zamisa. He's joining in now. He's on the platform already, Chair. Sorry, the correction is Mr. Zolile Zamisa. He's on the platform now, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Zamisa, please welcome. I'm trying to look for you. If you can unmute and switch your camera on, if you can, so as for the members to see you.
Yeah, doing that right now. If you are seeing me.
Yes, we can see you. I hope you can also hear the members well from your side. You are now welcomed and that you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly, of which the rules provide that a subcommittee could be set up by a committee to focus on a particular task and report back to the committee. This subcommittee in particular has been put together to process the appointment process for the SABC board, which you've been nominated and shortlisted for, hence you are before the subcommittee. And the subcommittee is constituted by different political parties, proportional to the size of the electoral support as per the 2019 elections. So it's fairly representative in its nature. So that's the subcommittee you are appearing before. May I then, without waste of time, just indicate how we are going to proceed. We have allocated 45 minutes. In the 45 minutes, this includes brief introduction of the members who will be interacting with you. Thereafter, I would then give you 5 minutes for you to briefly introduce yourself, which also gives you an opportunity to talk to your skills, experiences, contribute if you were to be considered for the SABC board appointment. Of course, the 5 minutes will be really a brief introduction, but members would have gone through your CV in any way in details, and therefore in interacting with you may go beyond just the introduction that you would have done. Immediately after that 5 minutes introduction, we'll then get the members to interact with you. So we take it to be a conversation or engagement. If you can just put the term interview a little bit on the side so that you relax, you engage with the members of the committee and share your experiences in that regard, so as to learn from what you share with the subcommittee, but also for you to learn from the questions that the members would put through to you. So once the members would have engaged, of course, we have allocated like 5 minutes per member, which is for questions and responses on your side. Of course, I must put this disclaimer quickly that it's said to be all those times said, but sometimes it does happen that it gets to be shorter than that, depending on the questions posed and engagement that follows. But sometimes it does get to be a spillover to maybe some minutes extra, because members would want to make follow-ups to try and clarify what you get to be a response to them. So I thought it's important to do that, so that you understand even the context of the 5 minutes, that the 5 minutes is question and responses on your side. Once the members are done, from the side of the chairperson, I would only ask questions if there is a point which has been asked and maybe there was no clarity in how it's been responded to. Otherwise, I don't do that. I will then give to you 3 minutes before we close, after the interaction with members, to address the committee in the 3 minutes on. And then thereafter, we'll then close formally the session. I hope that is clear, Mr. Zamisa.
Very, very much clear, or rather.
So we will then quickly go through the introduction. We have from the African National Congress, Honorable Dr. Basop. Dr. Basop was online.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Zamisa.
Sir.
Thank you. That's Honorable Dr. Basop. Seems we are experiencing the same thing now. It's like load shedding, like me. We also have the Honorable Mulala from the African National Congress. Honorable Mulala, still on the platform?
Good evening, Chairperson, and good evening, Mr. Zamisa.
Honorable Mulala.
Thank you. Myself, Honorable Maneli from the ANC, but also the chair of the subcommittee. Good evening to you once again. I will then go to Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance.
Hello to you, good evening.
Amen.
We'll then go to Honorable Bambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF. Honorable Bambo, still on the platform?
Yes, we're here, Chair. Good evening.
That's Honorable Bambo. Thank you, Honorable Bambo. We do have a member of the IFP, Honorable Majosi, who would have indicated clashing meetings that she would not be able to be in every session we have. However, the numbers that we have on the platform allow us to proceed with the interviews or the engagement that I've so referred. So I would then, without a waste of time, come back to you, and then your brief introduction would start now. As I said, the 5 minutes can then proceed. Mr. Zamisa.
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. As introduced, my name is Zolile, surname is Zamisa. I am 9 years of age. I was born and raised in Port Elizabeth in the dusty streets of Kwazakele, in an area in a place, I call it the heart of the township, because of the economic activities happening in the area. Growing up there, I was exposed to a lot. If one grew up from a caste arrangement would understand what I'm talking about. Anyway, I managed to collect myself, remain disciplined, not fall victim of what many young people within our communities fall victim I did my lower primary in Masakane Public Primary School. I went on to high school at Wazakele Senior Secondary School. That is where I matriculated and passed my grade 12. It was unfortunate for me that at the time I passed grade 12, I could not immediately go to university because I had to go and work and ensure that the family with my mom is able to receive food on the. So I worked for a company called ADT, where we sold alarm systems and salesmen. That is when I realized that there's a need for one to get education because of the treatment and also because of loving and enjoying sales and marketing. So that's when, after 3 years of working, I moved to East London to study. I applied at USU and I was fortunate to be accepted. That's where I did my National Diploma in Public Relations. I passed it in record time. That's where I also obtained a bachelor's degree in journalism, which also I passed in record time. I also did Bachelor of Public Administration. As I assume we would all agree that university is a factory of knowledge. That's where people collect knowledge and skills to go and operate in the real world and actually apply the theory they've received. So it is through my time at USU where I developed love and passion for journalism and media studies, hence the combination of both qualifications. So I also participated in leadership in the institution, which is one factor that has contributed greatly in my life because I sat in university councils, I sat in senates, I sat in serious meetings that were discussing the future of general population of students and also the well-being and sustainability of the university in itself. So this is what most importantly gave me courage to apply for forming part of the South African Broadcasting Corporation board. I applied because I've also worked in the media space. I have worked as a journalist at Daily Dispatch. That is where I got familiarized myself with newsrooms. I understand dynamics within a newsroom. I understand the challenges that your journalists, your reporters, your cameramen, and everyone who deals with creating the news content. I know the challenges they face, and I also understand the dynamics within a newsroom sector. I've also worked at South African Police Service, which is SABC in East London Free Street, at their communications department. That's where we were dealing with media liaison. We would write statements, we would liaise with the media, we would publish crimes. So that is one more other reason why I decided to apply for the board, because I believe each and every board in all sectors have professionals who are qualified and have an insight of the field in itself, in the newsroom. In this case, we are speaking broadcasting. It's not just based on journalism. It's not just based on radio, but it's the entire broadcast. So I applied because I believe such boards do deserve people with an insight, especially young people like me at my age, 29 years of age, who are vibrant, who are energetic, who actually can bring about innovative ideas within the SABC. Because looking at the previous board, and even the one before, there were no young people bring such ideas. Now, broadcasting has shifted greatly in a very significant way, and such, I believe, as we proceed with the interview, we'll be able to discuss that further because the shift in itself has affected the SABC. Because there's a specific segment within the society that is not covered in the board. So I feel like a young person is needed, and a young person who is a professional within the field is needed to bring about balance and also represent young people who love content creation. So I would like to influence and work with the board and share ideas that are currently relevant as a young person who also understands and knows Much.
Thank you, Mr. Zamisa. As I said, I would now allow members of the committee to interact with you. I will then look at those that would raise their hands to interact. For those who have got...
Chair, I thought Pambo will lead because he's a young person. Where is Pambo?
Don't blackmail on that.
This guy of the jacket is harassing me now.
He's harassing you. No, you are protected, Honorable.
Now I'm giving him a chance. He's fighting me.
Yeah, you're protected, Honorable Dr. Basop, Honorable Kolabanat. We'll see with Honorable Pambo as we proceed, Honorable Mlala.
And I hope, Chairperson, harassing is not the order.
No, not the committee, not the committee. They know which jackets for which other. So, Honorable Dr. Baso, followed by Honorable Kolaban.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe already you have noticed the challenge that I'm faced with. There's a lot shading already. Where am I? I will switch off the video. Thank you very much, Mr. Zamisa, and with your presentation as a young person as you are, and the enthusiasm that you have to get to that space of being a board member at SABC. The first question that I have with you is that, of course, it's a good idea to have aspiration as a young person, and presenting to us the way you think you can try to assist and persuade is very much interesting. But can you tell us and take us into confidence, because there you will work as a collective, and the possibilities that the majority of people that will be there will be older than you. How best can you influence your ideas to that kind of environment? Can you take us through on that? Then the last question from me, the state capture report, in its findings, amongst other things that have been picked up, is declaring of mismanagement of finances, as well as the corrupt practices that have taken place in this organization, which you intend to be a board member of it. Two questions on that. One, what mechanism can you put in place to ensure that issues of this nature do not take place in future? And secondly, what mechanism can we employ to try to recover those funds that have been squandered by the people within that organizations? I think so far, Chair, those are the two questions from my side. Thank you very much.
As Mr. Zamisa, you would then respond. The approach we are taking is to just make sure that we don't come in between, so as to allow a conversation to proceed easily. So every time a member would ask, and you then respond and proceed.
All right. Firstly, on the I like the question. The panelist, if I pronounce the surname properly, I like the question he has asked, that as a young person, knowing that ordinarily, or rather what has been the norm within the board, is that you have older people who have served in higher boards, who have served in coming as a young person. Obviously, looking at it myself, that I did not rather sit at certain levels that they are in. So I think because I've been exposed in all other serious institutions, which have public interest, by the way, I've sat in council meetings, as I've said, where we would sit with professors, with doctors, highly skilled and qualified academics who look into the very most finer detail in a professional way. I've sat with them taking decisions that determine the future of even myself, even the council in itself, and also ensuring that we are driving the institution in a direction whereby it will serve its purpose. So I do not think that would be a very difficult thing, because one thing one needs to always master when working as a team, it is to adhere to the policies. The board doesn't just exist in a three-wing island. There's a way that each and every board member is expected to operate in. So I would work with the colleagues, ensure that we drive one agenda of transforming the SABC, meet its mandate, and ensure that we collect revenue, because that's one biggest thing that has not been happening within the board. So one would need to just ensure that they work with each other and ensure that we have just one vision and one mission, which is to drive the SABC to educate, inform, and also entertain, and in the process collecting its revenue. So I've dealt with elders before, I've dealt with senior and more respected people in my life. I've sat with them in serious meetings. So it will not be something new. It's not a first-time experience. I've done that quite a bit. Now, second question, if I captured it correctly, is the Zondo Commission and the State Capture Report, which is something very disturbing for a young person like me growing up in South Africa, looking at the current challenges, the state of the economy, the state of public institutions itself, SABC being one of them. It is also mentioned in the State Capture Report. The situation is quite appalling to realize that there have been corruption within by board members, by your group executive, your former COO, your former minister. I mean, if you check another aspect, you had a minister called Faith Mutambi, whom the editorial staff was complaining that she was interfering at the time as a board member in business of the editorial, forcing members to go publish stories that are not even newsworthy for that matter. That was a waste of state resources in it. Now, state resources, Dr. Basuku, is not only the meaning of stealing money through procurement, giving contracts and tenders to other people, but to use state resources fruitlessly is also a problem. And it is a corruption, because one of the stories there is that she once, at some point when she was doing her constituency work of the ANC, gave directives to the editorial staff to come and publish what she was doing, of which that is not what is supposed to happen. The editorial should be allowed to move swiftly and do things correctly. So in that aspect, if we had to provide a solution for that, I think as the board member, should I be appointed, I'm saying, is that I will influence the board and we'll have to relook at the executive rules. We must set clear rules. The COO must know where he enters, the CEO must know where he enters, and the COO, the CFO, and the CEO, and also the minister. That's because there are relations between and or him, whoever that the minister might be, and the board. It doesn't mean they can go and stuff and say they must publish certain stories. So the best way to organize that is to set clear terms of references in terms of what is your role. Because in the state captures on the commission, you also hear about the former COO, Mr. Mutsonek, having to influence what must be published AZN, dealing with staff and all those things. So if we are able as a board to stand firm on the truth and also not fear any group executive member when it comes to our work, I believe we can save the SABC. Same as the one of stealing money. So the best way of collecting the money, I think we need to challenge the presidency. In fact, starting with the Parliament Communications Portfolio Committee, write a report as a board and emphasize and work hard in ensuring that the Communications Committee will be able to go and report to the Office of the President that there is a need to go and collect money, suspend whoever that there are allegations of corruptions and money laundering in the SABC. You suspend immediately and you go attach their assets while they are on trial. We need to see action being taken. we all know the reports that we've seen, even outside Zondo and the corruption cases, but we have not been seeing people being arrested. So I would, as a board member, ensure that we work with the portfolio committee to ensure that we go collect the money using the state resources to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, young man. I'm happy with the response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. We now go to Honorable Kolabana.
Thank you, Chair. Hello to you. A couple of questions from my side. I see that at university, you were involved with ANC Youth League, and again in Ward 47 after that, and then you were a constituency officer for a member of parliament. Was that also with the ANC? And if you were involved in politics as such, do you feel you could show the requisite impartiality when it comes to understanding it is a public broadcaster and not a state broadcaster? You did speak out about that to a certain degree when you were talking, but it's very difficult to marry the two. Someone who's been involved and a public broadcaster. Now, you see, looking at your CV, you have seem to have moved every year for 4 years. So you were with Blacklight Media, the next year with Daily Dispatch, and then with SABC, and then a constituency coordinator. Why were you moving every year? What was going on there? Did you not enjoy the careers? Did you, or were you asked to leave? What was the situation that drove you to move every year? Now, looking at the SABC itself, what are your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news, who was then exonerated by the CCMA? And they chose not to give her the job back, but to simply pay her out. So they're paying someone else on top of that to now do the job. And if you were on the board, what would you change at the SABC, or what changes would you prevent, especially in the run-up to the next national election, 2024? And the SABC has gone through a very torrid time, laying off 600 staff, and we now find out some of them highly experienced. We've seen a massive lack of content. They're sitting on 800 million for content that was unspent. And of course, the listenership and viewership has plummeted. Now, what would you do what would your plan be to turn the SABC around? Now, yeah, I think actually, Chair, for now, that's sufficient from me. Thank you.
Yeah. I enter, Chair?
Yes, like I said, I don't want to get
so immediately after question, I can just enter, right?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, that was quite a lot of questions, which are very interesting, that I'm even ready to. They are a bit of mix, so I thought they would take a particular direction, but let me not waste time. Why the move in between careers? I think South Africa provides quite a lot of opportunities for young people, and at my age, one would want to explore. It's not because I do not enjoy the career. I love it with all my heart, by the way. I just love it. It's me, it's in my veins, I live it. So they're moving and changing. If you check that, I was once a Daily Dispatch. That was journalism, newsroom environment. I also went at the communication level, because the career offers a very broad spectrum of opportunities. So the move is not necessary because one does not love, one is not comfortable. As I have said, I am young, I have to explore, I have to collect experience to ensure that when I'm charged with the responsibility of serving in the board, for example, I can be able to showcase a variety of skills and knowledge, because I have worked in different segments or sectors within the communication and broadcasting. So the sacking of editorial head, which was Magopeni, I feel like there was a bit of unfairness at some point. Why am I saying there was a bit of unfairness? We saw how Ms. Magopeni was handling the editorial at the time and during elections. She did cry out that there are people who want to interfere, and she has mentioned names of those people. I think what is of public knowledge that everyone saw was that we once had even Balula sharing views of how the government was represented within the media by the SABC. So I think at some point there was an element of rather backstabbing, which is a very disturbing something, because we cannot run away that if you mention politics, you do have politicians who want at some point to abuse power, but we are not here to accuse anyone. So now that the CCMA got in, and what was deemed as a solution was to pay out, is what actually wants me to believe that it was not really offered a fair chance. So moving forward, what would I do and what would I change within the sector, considering the fact that 600 employees were fired and there was 800 million that was meant for conduct that was unutilized, something that is very disturbing, because the SABC is in crisis. And one of the biggest solutions that can ever come to assist the SABC is creating good content that will attract people, young people in majority, because as I've said, young people see value in content creation. If you check our competitors, I'd say our competitor, because sitting here, I'm acting as someone who's already serving on the board, and I'm bringing solutions as a board member or someone who there is much interest for the SABC. Looking at your competitors, there are programs that your multi-choice has on TV. Your reality show about Isitembu, those are key interest content points, because people want to know. We grew up knowing about Isitembu, but multi-choice is taking this thing and provide a reality show and showing us exactly how this thing is done. You would check Twitter, you would check Facebook, after each and every show, millions of people talking about that particular thing. So one thing I would introduce, SABC needs to have relevant, new and interesting content that will meet the needs of their users, because there's a reason why people choose to pay 800 rands or 500 rands for DSTV Compact or Premium instead of paying only 260 for licensing at the SABC. They choose to go pay. They choose to pay money. They choose to pay higher money and leave SABC and just go there. Others decide to just buy data, 1 gig at 150, and just stream live TV, follow live content. Something very interesting which the SABC does not offer. So I would lobby the board to relook at the strategy that was developed and ensuring that we work with the local content producers to actually utilize that the very same 800 million to ensure that the local content producers are able to be incorporated within the SABC. Then already these people have their own followers in social media. When they go and announce that they are appearing on TV, it means there'll be more eyes viewing on the TV screens. Now, the more numbers we have because of the same views, it means the more marketing rate, that, or rather advertising rate, that the SABC will make. The solution is that simple. So I'm saying the turnaround plan is that relook at the strategy in its entirety. SABC has a crisis because it recycles same old content. I mean, we still watch Zinsizwa, Usidumo, and Uvelaphi. Content we were watching when we were small boys. We are not interested in those things now. That time can be utilized to do something else. Why not at that time between 9 and 11, when you play these old sitcoms, repeating them and after, you introduce educational programs. You have elders at home, particularly the poor in rural areas and in locations, whom do not know much about health issues, whom spend money visiting doctors, where else they can be clarified should SABC education bring about a health program during that time. We can also partner with Department of Education. Then we make use of SABC education to craft content that will be between the curriculum that is approved and agreed upon by the Department of Education. Your learners or your children in preschools, by the way, because they are the ones probably at home or in preschools, they can be educated. I mean, we live in a country where you have a serious high number of GBV. And if you check most rape cases, or rather most rape victims, they will tell you that they were raped by their uncles when they were young, they were raped warawara. Now, if SABC education can scrap these old sitcoms at that particular time, introduce these topics, rather these educational programs that will solve the problem we have in the society, then you will have an increased number of viewers. The Department of Education is incorporated. We work with preschools. We develop content for children at that particular time to watch. We teach them on how to save themselves, on rather how to know when their uncle are advancing on them and wanting to rape them at a very young age. There are professionals in the technical team who can craft that content for us. Then we educate the country. It's going to become interesting, and you will definitely see viewership. These are the ideas I would rather bring at that point to ensure that the SABC actually at some point makes profit, because we know that for the past 5 years they have not made profit. It was only this year that when they made only 43 million rands profit, but there's more that the SABC can use. You have MDDA, for example. They stand to develop disadvantaged groupings on media and incorporate them. That is a public entity. SABC can work with MDDA to ensure that they incapacitate people who create content using the very same 800 million that was unutilized. That money could have been an investment to ensure that more money is being brought in within the SABC. But I know that the SABC is not mainly about making money, but if we are to save it at this current point, we need to create relevant content that speaks to the issues of this day, that speaks to what is of interest in young people. So I think that's actually what would I do. And the sacking of the 600 employees, it's not really, I mean, you want to devise a plan to rescue the SABC, and you come with the old, painful, and very wrong way. You say, let's cut workers. Where are the ideas? Why not? You have people out there who create content with no money, no nothing, with their phones, and they are making money. You have companies who are approaching those people to create content for them, to advertise for them, because people out there, that's how the broadcasting and entertainment industry is going. That's the new direction. Why not use that money and incorporate those people to do this? You see? So to cut the 600 workers, and majority of them were in the editorial. And I mean, part of the mandate of the SABC is to inform the public. How will that happen if you choose a solution of just sacking the editorial team? Now we have a crisis that even the radius of journalists of SABC, they can't even go in deep down rural areas. There are stories which are not being told there because there's no budget for them to travel that far. And in some cases, they're very big. Yabona in Luxembourg City, for example, it has been declared as the most dangerous city when it comes to rape. There are more rape cases there. But the SABC is not able to go, check who are the victims, have documentaries within there to check who are causing these people, who are the victims, what help do they need. We are unable to hear those stories because the radius has been decreased because there's no budget. Journalists cannot travel on their own and go collect the stories. They need the SABC to fund. Such needs to happen. So that decision was not proper. And these are the few ideas that we can use as the SABC to ensure that we fix the problem and we create relevant content, which at the end will bring about revenue for the SABC. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. I take it that was the legacy hand as I move to Honorable Mla.
Actually, Chair, I was mulling over a follow-up, if I may just ask if Mr. Zamisa had ideas that for example, the children's programs, educational programs, etc., could attract money. But have you looked at some study or something of how commercially viable such programs are, in considering the enormous debt that the SABC is currently in? you know, those are nice to haves and fulfill the public mandate, but I don't know that those programs you were referring to would have the ability or the attractiveness to commercially to actually pull money into the SABC coffers. So just want some information on that. If he's seen a study, done research, or where that information has come from. Thank you.
If you heard me properly, I spoke of current things, but I made this one example. I'll bring another good example is that we are now going digital. You have a program of MedG, where MedG is just doing a podcast. South Africans love that program. There you receive raw content, you get an opportunity to interact with whoever popular figure that is invited. People decide to spend money buying data just to catch that problem in huge numbers and leave the SABC, leave your generations and all other programs. But young people in majority and the general community, they watch such programs, they go digital, they watch mobile TV. So those are one of the few. Now these ones, you can get the example that if you follow MedG, you will see the followership they have. Now these are local content creators that do not even have budget worth millions, do not even have budget worth billions, but they are being followed. And there's a reason why they are being followed, because it's catchy, raw, fresh content that people like. We have programs like we have Yola 99 on your DSTV channels. We don't even have anything close to that as the SABC. You may deem it as something that is useless. You may deem it as something that is not of matters of importance, but reality is that if you check its followership, people love it. So that is what matters most within the SABC. So to add more on the strategies, this is what I will also bring and ensure that as the board, we are able to relook at the content, make comparison with our competitors, and actually go to the people. We must develop strategies to go to the people and check what really do they like. Then we see if they are cost effective, and you see if how much will they cost in our pocket. But definitely they are the most trending topics, they are the most trending programs, people love them. And the SABC must also move towards that direction.
Now I have Honorable Mlala.
Mr. Zamisa.
Hey, good day, Honorable.
Yes,
Good
I
evening,
think.
sorry.
Yes, I think you have responded to some of the questions I wanted to raise in terms of how you're going to turn around the SABC, but you have not spoken about the partnership that you think should be involved. You spoke about how to digitize SABC. Can you speak to, you also spoke to human capital, but you only spoke about the retrenchment, but you did not say how you think we can improve and turn around SABC in that regard. So if you can speak to those two in terms of how you think you can turn around the SABC, I will be fine. The last question will be on how do we create a national identity? You know, South Africa is quite a diverse country, but we need to find some form of a common ground in terms of broadcasting, in terms of the content that we distribute to our people. Now, we have got a variety of cultures and expressions now, but the principle is we want to create one South African national identity. Now, what would be your proposal in that regard in terms of broadcasting? Those are my two questions. And congratulate you, young as you are, that you had the courage to take up big and experienced men and women. Thanks for that.
All right. I think you need to unmute. Yes, starting with the how do we create a national identity? You see, I think already we have examples within the SABC broadcasting that actually carry this. South Africa has 11 official languages, and I like what at the news level is being done, because you have your SABC 2 with your Afrikaans news, you have your SABC 3 with your English, you also have SABC Channel Live on 24 hours on DSTV, you have SABC 1 that broadcasts news in Xhosa, Sepedi, Zulu, or rather Nguni. So I think we already have such, but now it needs to be expanded even in other programs. You see, if the SABC had, or rather had in-house content, where the SABC was creating content on its own, if we are to address partnership at the same time, mixing with them together, I said, we have MDDA, which seeks to develop local and previously disadvantaged groupings which were not within the media space. Why is the MDDA and the SABC cannot meet and have one common agenda to say, let's go and identify local content creators. We go take them in Venda, we go take them in Eastern Cape, we go take them in Northern Cape, we go take them in Northwest, we go take them in KwaZulu-Natal. You set up teams to go and look what kind of content is being created. Now there, you would sit down and devise a strategy that will ensure that you have Zulus who are also having their own sitcoms, or you have Xhosas, because you cannot do that when it comes to generation, because you do not own that content produced by someone else. So you cannot really determine the terms. As long as they follow what the regulator ICASA is saying on its rules, then they fine. But if the SABC would be able to create its own in-house content that they house themselves, then they would be able to see that all cultures and all groupings are accommodated. You don't just publish one culture, but you create content, be it is a movie, be it is a talk show that even teaches people about other cultures. I know less about Pedi, and Pedi people are very far from the Eastern Cape where I stay, but the SABC as a public broadcaster, it's its role to provide such for us on TV to learn. We would watch such programs. So that's actually what I would advise when it comes to partnership and creating that national identity. You see, with Metro FM, I like their breakfast show. There you have what's this tribe? You have Venda, you have a Colored, you have a Xhosa, and you have a Tswana. 4 people running a breakfast show, and it's so nice to listen, because when you listen to Kuso, you know that you'd hear some Aifambeni. When you listen to Mo Flavor, you know that you'd hear some Tswana Tang. When you listen to Owen, you'd hear some Colored and little steps. So it's so nice and beautiful. It does exist, but I feel like the board will really need to look at the fact that within all radio stations, you have that diversity, but when one looks at a particular radio station, they don't just identify it with Zulu or Xhosa, but you see a combination, and that would lead also in us building a rainbow nation, because each and every tribe is seeing itself being represented within the media space. It's the role of the SABC to do that. It be done. That's what I carry as a solution to this problem. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mlala, you fine?
I'm okay, Chair.
Thank you. I just check if there's any other member that I may be leaving behind.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Pam.
No, I don't remember if any of the members actually went. I know he was asked about his involvement politically, both at university maybe, and as the ANC Youth League, and also as a convener in A Ward in Ward 47. And as someone who's obviously been so heavily involved in politics, surely his membership is still there, I would think. and that he's got some aspirations of what then becomes of his organization, but also as a member of the ANC, he has the interest of that organization at heart. And now he wants to preserve, or rather he wants to be a member of a board which essentially will be interacting and will have to balance and, demonstrate the necessary or requisite impartiality that is needed in being a member of the board of this entity that is a candidate of. He does mention some former ministers who were abusing power, and I'm interested in how he has thought about this. He also worked with SABC, and as we all know, in most cases, most people who work in those departments, and SABC not being an exception in any way, that majority of people who get those posts are members of the ANC in the main, especially in communications. You can go across even with ministers, the spokespersons, the complement of communications is ordinarily made up of ANC card-carrying members who are heavily involved in the branches of the ANC. And I don't know how he thinks of it, and would like to hear him talk about it and how he would be able to balance it. As a young person also with aspirations, with still building a career for himself, we can see the CV is not as illustrious as other CVs that we've seen. I'm not really so stringent. Of course, we do require experience, but that is what in most cases kills the youth, to always be pointing at experience. And the only way to get experience is for people to get into the jobs. But in this case, I'm really interested in how he will manage influence from his own political party, which has demonstrated more than once that it fiddles a lot with the SABC. The previous candidate also alluded to former and late minister who would make calls to give direction to content and so on. So I'm interested in him speaking about himself and to even give examples from where he comes from in SABC, if there was ever such interference, and how did he handle it, and how does he imagine he is going to be able to handle any influence, undue influence that may be put on him from those that he regards as his leaders and seniors. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hambo. I appreciate your question. As a young person as well, I'm saying I appreciate it because this is very close to my heart. Number one, as a young person living in South Africa, because I know that when there is an abuse of authority within the SABC, when there's an interference of political leaders within the editorial, when there are people who bulldoze unethical leadership, I would not even call such people leaders, because if such happens, I understand as a young person that would be killing the SABC. That would be taking away the credibility of news content that the SABC would produce. Now, when you kill the credibility of the news content that is being produced by SABC, because at some point people will get tired. When these stories continue to rise, God forbid, because I don't want them to continue to happen. And me being within the board, I will make sure ethical and credible leader that such does not happen. Because when it happens, I'm saying you are actually killing the SABC. I mean, the country in itself at the current moment does not own any mineral resources. You hear every day about state-owned enterprises being sold to the highest bidder. I'm saying the government only has this at the moment. We stand at an opportunity of building the SABC to ensure that it makes profit, or at some particular point it even breaks even as an entity. Now, if you allow such things to happen, it means you are killing the only one of the few sources that the government can use to generate income. Because when the SABC generates income, it means it's going to have money and there'll be welfare in people. We are going to be able to educate people through the SABC. We are going to bring good content because we even afford to, because it is not gone. People are receiving news. So I would stand, if I have to answer the question of balancing the two, SABC is independent and impartial. No politics should enter there. Don't include them. Ensure that you uphold editorial independence. SABC must publish raw, truthful stories as they are, because we just need to give people what to think about. We have to report each and every activity happening without having a board member, without having a group executive, without having any political leader to call and say so. So I want to put the entire panel in confidence that as a young person, I know that if I subject the SABC to be in a state of being killed, I'm killing the pool of other young people. And I am not in a position to do that, because as I'm sitting on this chair live on this interview, I'm one of the disgruntled people, knowing that I, as a young person, I cannot even determine my future. I don't know, I'm not sure if the state at some point can lead to a collapse, because we see the collapse of state-owned entities. So I would stand to preserve and ensure that we keep the SABC running into its business and also maintain its credibility and not allow any political influence, even if they come from the most serious person within the country. It shouldn't happen. It kills the SABC, and should the SABC die, it means they will die. It means they will all other state-owned enterprises that are dead. And I want to believe even others are being killed deliberately. So I would not allow such. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Pambo, I take it that you are covered.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I will leave it there.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Mr. Zamisa, I'm just getting back to this point that has been raised, just to have a complete picture of your understanding of balancing in the context of the independence of the SABC and the roles of the different stakeholders. In this case, the minister was a shareholder to the SABC. The board that does the oversight, the executive that implements, as well as this committee you are appearing for it now, even though it's subcommittee, which also plays an oversight role. Given the examples you've given thus far, how do you balance that? Because all these role players have a role in how to take the SABC forward as a national public broadcaster.
Yeah. No, you see, Chair, I think one thing that each and every individual that can form part of the SABC board, your group of directors, your communications ministry, and your parliament core portfolio of communication. I think As patriotic as I am, and as principled as I am, understanding the roles that the board acts as an oversight to the SABC, it takes decisions that are to be implemented at national level. Excuse me. I think we should start by ensuring that we uphold patriotism. And I would even advise you, as you continue with these interviews, when you make a selection, I know you have your own criteria and your own thing, but I believe you are leaders in your own rights. By the responses of people, by their experience and how they interact with you in interviews, you would be able to check if people in these interviews only to go the bag or to climb higher when it comes to credentials of leading enterprises. And you'll also see if they are patriotic, and you'll also see if they are attending interviews because they have an understanding of public service and they have an understanding of government. Now, to come to the SABC without understanding why the government exists, without understanding how public service should be run, then it means such people can become a problem within. Hence, then you would have the problems that are being raised, the one you want an emphasis. So I think we should start by ensuring that we are patriotic at heart and that we are ethical leaders, and that the board remains strong and bold, ensuring that it holds the CEO, the COO, and the CFO accountable, and that it closes gap of any form of influence that can come, so that we can preserve the SABC. As I have said before, that we need to save it, and that there is clear interaction as the board would go and account within the portfolio committee of communications. Also, the committee in itself needs to always be at the door, needs to always constantly check how are we doing as the board to ensure that SABC is being run freely? How are we doing as a board to ensure that independence within editorial? There's no infiltration, there's no influence. So we need to actively engage as the stakeholders and the Ministry of Communication to ensure that such does not happen. And that will be done by being transparent with each other, by us accounting to the committee, and by the board ensuring that the COO, the CFO, and the CEO are doing their job. SABC is functioning properly, and the direction that we must take in the future is that we must ensure that we devise plans and run the SABC to make income. That's all that the SABC, that's all that South Africans have, by the way. That's how government should be run. We have ethical and strong leadership to stand for the truth, and you won't be having such problems in the near future. And I will come to them and ensure that I do exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zamisa. We have now got to that point, having interacted with the members. We will now have 3 minutes to address the committee.
No, I think I'd like to thank each and every committee member for giving me this opportunity as a young person to be interviewed in the board. I'm very much grateful for such an opportunity, and I hope I was able to serve the purpose. I hope I was able to inspire even you as the committee, and I hope I was able to even impart knowledge and the ideas that I was sharing, so that whether I'm appointed or not, but the ideas remain. It's not about me, but the ideas should live on. The ideas should go and resuscitate the SABC to a greater direction, and also ensure that it's diverse, and also ensure that it's changing the world and the way of doing it. Other than that, I don't have any questions, but just to thank you, and hopefully I have learned from the questions, and I hope that you have also picked up some points from me, as I'm saying, the ideas I raise, whether I'm being appointed or not, but they should live said amongst those who will be appointed in the.
Thank you, Mr. Zamisa. Indeed, you've covered the point, which I thought I would come to, that the set objectives would have been met. Surely you would have learned from the questions, will still reflect beyond this interaction we've had with members. And I think for the members, they would have also learned from your responses to this also, as we seek to improve our oversight role as the committee over the SABC. But just to deal with the formalities as we wrap up, that for all other queries, you can interact with the administration that has been working with you in preparation for the interviews. But as it relates to the decision making, as you will be aware, all these sessions are open to the public, so South Africans are able to follow up until we make the recommendations that we take to the House, and the decision of the recommendation of the House taken to the President. So if you've not been following that much, so you'll probably be one of the followers of the deliberations of the committee as we continue to engage with other candidates and ultimately making recommendations. But please feel free to, if there are inquiries that administration may need to engage with you on, to do that through Ms. Dabeni and other committee support staff. Otherwise, we thank you for your time and to appear before the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So as we
log out now.
Yes, as we get to the next one, you can log out once again. Thank you. Will then be directed by yourself, Mr. Dabeni, if the next candidate is on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is Mr. Langazita. He is already on the platform. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dabeni. Let's welcome you, Mr. Langazita. Mr. Zita, are you able to hear us? If you can unmute and open your video camera if possible.
I can hear you. I'm trying to get, yeah. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I can hear you, sir, and I can see you also.
Yeah. Okay, we can see you now and hear you. Welcome. This is the subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly. So we are set up in terms of the rules, which allows a committee to set up a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task. Our task is that of the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated and shortlisted, hence you are appearing before the subcommittee. The subcommittee is constituted by different political parties proportional to the size of the electoral support is received in the 2019 elections. So it's quite representative in that score. Of course, just to outline how we are approaching this conversation we're going to have with you or engagement, we try and put the word interview a bit on the side so that you prepare for a conversation as you interact with members, and that in that way we can learn from your responses, as well as you also making better reflections even beyond this engagement on questions that members would have posed to you. So in that 45 minutes, that's the time we have allocated for this engagement. It includes a brief. Oh, I thought you are, it's somebody else there speaking. Sorry, they should make it a point that you are able to hear us. That we have the members that will introduce briefly. After that introduction, it will then be yourself, 5 minutes, brief introduction, which you would also use to share your experiences, skills, and so on, that if you were to be considered to bring to the SABC. Of course, members will then follow after that to ask questions, but in their interaction, they will go beyond your brief introduction because they would have also had time to go through your detailed CV. We are allocating 5 minutes for the question and responses. So it's important to take note of that, but I must make a disclaimer quickly because then that also explains the waiting. Is that we set the 45 minutes, but there are instances where it would be shorter depending on how we're interacting, but it can also overlap a bit as members may want to follow up on their questions in order to get the responses they are looking for, which would help them to make a better determination later on in our deliberations. I hope you have an understanding of that part. Once the members are done, from the point of the chairperson, I only ask if there's a point to lift up which has been raised, and just for purposes of clarity that one would come to. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking questions, but go back to you and give you another 3 minutes, your closing points before we close this interaction formally. Having clarified that, I would, without a waste of time, quickly introduce the members that are on the platform, but maybe just to indicate that, as I said, all political parties proportional to the size are represented. The IFP would have indicated a clash in this regard, which is Honorable Majosi, who's not with us, and would probably be joined by Honorable Mtembu, who's also in another constituency task and had connectivity issues where she was from the NC. But I will introduce all others that are on the platform as we have the required numbers to proceed. We have from the African National Congress, Honorable Dr. Basop. Honorable Dr. Basop.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Zita.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Honorable Dr. Basop, thank you. We have Honorable Mulala from the African National Congress. Honorable Mulala, still on the platform.
Good evening, Dr. Langazita, and good evening, Dr. Chairperson. Thank you.
That's Honorable. That's Honorable Mulala, jovial, and thinking that all of us may be doctors. I'm not one. Just to make that disclaimer so that it's not there.
I'm also not one.
Chair, maybe we can make you an adjunct professor.
Adjunct, okay. No, it's not applicable. Can we then, as I said, that's Honorable Mulala. I'm Honorable Maneli, as you can see, from the NC, but also the chair of the subcommittee. I greet you once again. We also have from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Kola Barnett. I take it you are still on the platform.
I am, here I am, Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. We also have Honorable Bambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF, Honorable Pambo.
We are here as the EFF chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So these are members who have on the platform, as I've indicated, well, it's just the two that I have spoken to, which are not on the call as we speak. That's the brief introduction of members of the platform. We'll now get to you to use the 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself to the subcommittee members. Over to you, Mr. Zita.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening, honorable members. My name is Langa Zita. I hold a degree of journalism and media studies from Rhodes University and master's in public and development management from Wits University. I have been an activist for the better part of my life, coming through the ranks, student movement, youth movement, etc. In the 90s, I was in the trade union movement, both as an official at a national level and also as an elected leader in the Gauteng province. I have been also employed by political parties, as you will see, as you've seen in my CV. I worked as head of political education for the South African Communist Party in the 1890s. And I've also served in Parliament. I was in Parliament for 10 years. And in the last 4 years, I was the chair of the Portfolio Committee for Environment and Tourism. I've worked in government, ending up as the Director General in the Department of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries. I have experience in administration. I chose to be a journalist when I was young. I studied journalism because at the time in the 80s, we were confronted with the challenge of racism and apartheid. And I thought that one of the instruments we could use to fight racism was to use the pen to write and expose the ills of apartheid. And I chose this career. Even though I did not spend too much time in the field, but I did work as a journalist. But I continued to work on communication-related areas, particularly in the unions. Over the years, I have written quite a number of articles and theoretical work particularly in progressive journals in our country and out of the and beyond. I've co-edited a book looking at the possibilities of alternative civilizations, and also contributed a chapter in a book that was edited by Samir Amin, one of the leading African scholars and world scholars of the 20th century and the 21st century. So briefly, that's how I would introduce myself. Currently, if one could say, I'm working for an organization, African National Congress, as political education officer for the Gauteng province. That's briefly what I've done and what I'm currently doing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Zita. Like I said, after a brief introduction, we'll now get to members who would want to engage with you. I will now recognize members who would want to engage with you. Honorable Kolabanet, I saw your hand. I then look at other members who would want to engage. As Honorable Kolabanet proceeds, to save time, I will then be looking at other members. Thank you. Honorable Kolabanet, you'll be followed by Honorable Dr. Basso.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, good evening. Couple of questions from my side. as you say, you were an ANC MP for 2 years. I see on your CV you're now in the South African Communist Party and head of the ANC School of Leadership. You've been immersed in politics basically since you entered university or even at school. Do you feel it's possible that you could show the requisite impartiality when it comes to understanding the tenets of a public broadcaster as opposed to a state broadcaster, to ensure impartiality in reporting, to ensure balance within, without bringing your own political beliefs to bear on decision making? You have many very impressive educational qualifications, but perhaps I've missed it. Apart from being an ANC MP for 10 years, I saw you were employed as a journalist with the East London News Agency. Now, when about was that? There isn't a date here. So maybe around 1990-ish, maybe for a year there. I'm not sure. Tell me what that is. I'm not actually too sure. I'm not familiar with that news agency. So if you could just tell us how long that job was for and what you did there. What are your thoughts? I'm sure you've watched on the news as it's played out. What are your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news at the SABC, who was then subsequently exonerated by the CCMA, but not reinstated, paid out as a choice? What's your opinion on what went on there? And the SABC is in a hugely competitive environment, difficult environment now. What would you change, or what would you prevent from happening as we once again go through the cycle in a run up to a national election in 2 years' time? Your thoughts on the firing of the 600 staff members, and now the turning around and hiring of over 400 more, bringing them all back in, when the first lot was told to save money from the salaries. Now they're going back on that. We've been told it's possibly to bring in different expertise, but we're also equally told that many of the people that were fired had enormous expertise. Thoughts on that process, and do you think it relates to the lack of content which they're now experiencing? There is 800 million sitting in the kitty that was never spent on content, and yet they're saying there is very little content, which has resulted in the dropping of listenership and viewership at the various SABC platforms. What would your plan be to turn the SABC around, both financially and in terms of audience? And in light of the Zondo Commission revelations of corruption within the SABC, what would your plan be to perhaps claw that money back from the people who stole it? No, I think I'm covered for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Konapanak. Let me start with the last question. I think that the scourge of corruption that has afflicted our society is something seriously regrettable and an affront on all of us. And therefore, it is important that there be effective management of this abuse of state capacity. I would therefore definitely encourage measures that would have to be overseen by the board that would seek to reclaim some of the money that was lost to SABC. With regard to turning around the SABC, I think that the SABC has got capacities and capabilities that are actually unique. And I think the issue really is to strengthen those capacities and make them work more, sweat more, what does this call it? Sweat more those assets. For instance, it is clear that SABC is one of the most dominant players, particularly in indigenous language stations, etc., etc. I think the issue is to move from dominant to absolutely dominating, okay? So that we build on what we have and the competencies that we have. I think that would be one of the first things that I think what we have to look at. I also think that much as SABC is a public broadcaster, it's important that we emphasize that. And as a public broadcaster, it is important that the public budgets to support SABC because it offers a public service. But that as it may, within the context of limited budgets, etc., it may not be able to execute to the maximum its mandate. Thus, the importance of generating some income. But I think as we talk about various initiatives of generating income, we must emphasize the fact that he's a public broadcaster, and the public broadcaster must be supported by the public. Sometimes people tend to think that democracy is cheap. Democracy is not cheap. It comes with budgeting, money, etc., etc. So I think we should emphasize and protect and advance the importance of a public service being supported by the public. Yeah. But of course, in the context of limited resources, we must find ways, and I'm saying one of the ways is to build on the competence. Linked to that, I would think that the SABC needs to, we need to have what I would call an intelligence-driven approach to work of market intelligence-driven approach. What are the trends outside in the communication space? What are the growth areas? Okay, I think that you need for an SABC that is agile, that would be able to look at those trends. Okay. Thirdly, for me, I would think that SABC has got real capabilities. Okay. It's got real capabilities that are unique. It's South Africa. It's an SABC from South Africa, one of the more developed economies in the African continent. And I think that we can leverage that strength as we seek to extend the work of the SABC across the African continent, and as we look at other possibilities also. You also raised the question about the restructuring that took place in the SABC. I would have preferred what one calls a learning organization. That is, that you constantly retool your workforce, and that if you have to retrench, okay, or offload, as some people say it, you've attempted to sweat your asset, as they say, and to retrain the people, because there's nothing beyond comprehension in terms of the new technologies that are there. Most people who are already in the field of communication can easily acquire, or at least can be helped to acquire the new skill level. So I would say that maybe it would have been more better to find a way of investing, particularly today, when we've got sitters that could have done that work of retooling this workforce far more cheaper. It would not even have cost much if SABC had undertaken to work in that way. Okay. With regard to the issue of the sacking of the news manager, I'm not on top of all the details. Sometimes there's always misunderstanding, etc., etc. But I think the vibe, okay, the sentiments that come through with sacking of someone responsible for news, it's not a good vibe. Okay, because one of the basic things we're taught at communication school, where I went to, was the importance, yes, of attempting as much as possible to be objective. Even though we debated this objectivity at university, some of our professors said that it is you must do your best in a difficult environment. So, but having said so, it's not a good signal to remove someone who has such a very important responsibility. So for me, there might be other details on it, but it doesn't communicate objectivity, freedom of expression, the importance of a public body like the SABC. So I would have I would maybe approach the matter maybe differently if there were discomfort or difficulty. I worked for East London News Agents when I left university. It was one of my first jobs as a journalist. I never spent much time into it, but I did work. I used to write, for instance, for the Mail and Guardian. I used to contribute. The East London News Agents was a news agency, was a progressive news agency that sought to look at the difficulties experienced by the majority in the early part of the 90s. So ours was to stand on the side of the vulnerable, to show their case, to present things from their point of view also, but not in the light of the iniquities of apartheid communication in the time. So in summary, therefore, Honorable Kolabana, I'll say that the issue of impartiality is important. And sometimes people may feel that because some of us come through political organization, that we are not sensitive to issues related to the rule of law. I want to say that the rule of law is something sacrosanct in the democratic movement. It's something that was most well articulated by Nelson Mandela in his trial in the early 60s, when he talked about separation of powers, which became a cornerstone of the policies of the democratic movement. So yes, indeed, I think the issue of impartiality is important. And I think that I want to say that a board should seek as much as it can to oversee the work of the institution, okay? And be very careful about, in fact, try not to interfere. The only areas where you may want to engage as a board is when you find that there's an undue promotion of values that are inconsistent with those of the Constitution. And I think that you cannot hide from neutrality and allow people to abuse a public institution like SABC to promote, for instance, positions against gay people, positions that promote racism, so etc. etc. So all of these rights, all of those roles are not absolute. They must be balanced, and they must be informed by what one call the principles of that are enshrined in our Constitution. I think I'll leave it there, Honorable Kolapan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kolapan. I now recognize Honorable Dr. Basso. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, both of my questions, partly the Honorable Member before me has partly covered them, but Mr. Zita, your interest in SABC as a board member, what skills do you think you are bringing in or strategies to change the situation? You link that with the fact that there in that organization as a board member, you are not going to work as an individual, you will be working with a team. Now, how do you see yourself trying to convince and persuade them in terms of your thinking to change around that organization? That's the first question.
The second one is around the issue of state capture report. In its findings, indeed, there were glaring mismanagement of funds as well as corrupt practices. I think the one part that we have covered already is the how do you envisage a situation to recover those monies that have been squandered? You have answered that. But the only area that I'm interested in, how do we ensure that the issues of this nature don't happen within this organization under your watch in future and going forward? I think those are just two questions, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Pasut. Let me start off with the first one. What skills is one bringing into SABC? As I indicated, sometimes, firstly, I'm bringing skills as a former head of department. Someone was in charge of an organization with about 17,000 people, who was responsible for amalgamating a department which had various components, fisheries, agriculture, etc., and to pull all of them, and forestry, and to pull all of them together and win the confidence of working of workers in that process. I was able to do that because I kept an open door, and I was very transparent as far as I engaged with people. The second thing I did in my experience in agriculture was to innovate governance, both in terms of steering it or bringing in other dimensions that had historically been less attended to. For instance, when I came to the Department of Agriculture, I could see that almost everyone was working within the context of supporting the main agricultural sector, which is important because that agricultural sector is what feeds all of us. But at the same time, there are people who've got access to more than 5 million hectares of land that is lying idle in the former homeland. And I thought that it is important that those will be attended to well. So I was able to bring in new ways of doing things. I introduced a program called Zero Hunger that sought to guarantee markets for smallholder farmers, blah, blah, blah. So I was not afraid to innovate. So I'm bringing, therefore, to this level of leadership, a willingness to think outside the box, a willingness to try things, to try different things. That's what I will be bringing. Thirdly, I think that I would also be bringing, sometimes we as South Africans tend to think that the world begins and ends with us. You know, we've got a fetish of our speciality. And truly speaking, we've got special dimensions, but we are any other developing country. So I would like to, therefore, to bring latitude, broader experiences, open-mindedness, looking at what else works, etc., etc. I would also want to bring into the fore, I think, the strategic challenge of an SABC that confronts and talks to the challenges we face as a country and opens up what one would call difficult conversation. We come from a divided past, and we were trying to forge a united future. What do we do in the interim? Who talks about these things? You know? How do we make an SABC relevant to a struggling small business person who is finding he or herself in a hopeless situation? How does our programming talks, therefore, to the issue of challenge of underdevelopment, to the challenge of uniting the nation? So I'm saying I would want an SABC that seeks to talk to where we are and is not shy to deal with the things that affect us without forgetting its important responsibility on educating and entertainment and making life worth living. So we need to strike such a balance. So how to bring in, therefore, those kind of capabilities and that orientation, if I would be successful and be part of the SABC support. Then you also asked another question around issues of state capture, blah, blah, blah. I've already answered a bit of that, that those who've stolen public money must account. It's as simple to me as all that. And that measures must be taken to recover those monies where it's possible, or consequences must, consequence measures must be visited on those who are liable for some of the wrongdoing. I think a critical element in any oversight work is an ongoing and well-developed risk register. Okay? And a risk register whose content is constantly being tabled for reflection, for comment, for thinking, as an ongoing and consistent feature of a board's work. I didn't mention this, probably stay in the CV. I did serve in the board of the of some parks, and one of the experience there was a constant attention to risk. And I think that if you do that, you will list, and corruption would be one of the things that we have to be listed as risks that we need to deal with and be attentive to. So I think these are the measures that are there, and I think as a board, we would need to ensure that the officers responsible, the chief executive, etc., continue to ensure that this area of work is attended. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Basoko.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basoko. Another member may be leaving.
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Zita, I think listening to you, I think you are aware that the SABC's advert revenue has dropped of about 600 million. The audience has dropped, listenership has dropped. And this is amidst a response by the SABC turnaround strategy. At the heart of this turnaround strategy was to essentially get rid of 621 people as a way of turning around the SABC. Now, what is interesting is what we received as a report, which told us that 800 million rands, which is purely set aside for content in the SABC, was not used, was not touched. This is money that is sitting there. This is 800 million rands for content. Now, you will agree with me that this is money that would assist with making sure, or rather this money, if it was properly used in content, we would not be talking about audience droppings. We would not be talking about advert revenue going down. And this cannot be blamed on the employees. It's a pure lack of leadership from the executive. And this can be extended to the board for failing to play its oversight role. We keep on scapegoating the staff complement, and to a point where we even get rid of 621 people. And now we discover that amongst the 621 people, some of which were skilled, the necessary skills needed by the SABC. Surely heads should roll. And surely the problem is not necessarily what we have been presented with, but it has been with the board and the executive. There is an obvious lack of leadership in the SABC. If you can retrench so many people and only later to want to advertise for more than 400 people again, we've been fed lies. A state entity like this, or rather a public broadcaster, struggles with sporting rights. And yet, the only time we hear of the main problem in the SABC is with the staff. If you come in, do you not think that heads should roll with the executive in mind? Because there's no direction there. We are here today, we have, as a country, retrenched 621 people, only to go back and look for 400 people. Out of the 621, they were highly skilled, qualified employees that suffered because the executive gets paid so much money and yet they don't do their jobs and shift the buck, and the victims are the workers in the SABC. I want you to speak a little bit briefly on that, and we'll take it from there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pambo. One wouldn't want to come across as a bull in a china shop, okay? And say all heads must roll, blah blah blah. But definitely, it's important that it is seriously unfortunate that in a developing country, 800 million that is necessary for innovation, for market extension, etc., is not utilized. I would think that maybe the first thing that the board would do is to demand a report on this. What is happening? Why is this the case? You know, and therefore, if we find that that answer is not satisfactory, then measures would have to be taken. You know, or of a disciplinary nature as well. So, but I think that before one says that we would take these steps, I think the first step to be done is to understand what's happening. Okay? And I would also think that there would be nothing wrong in the interim, in the transition. I always emphasize this, that there be some interaction, at least with some of the key people of the previous board. They might have insight. I do not like this thing of people who come in as though they are dropping from heaven. You would find that actually that there are insights we could learn from those who served on the board previously, and just a transitional session is organized so that we can get a sense from their side, etc. So I would say it would be important that the questions and the difficulties are investigated. But definitely, if we feel that there's been some form of dereliction of duty, then we should be able to act. One of the things that is costing our democracy is the absence of consequences in those who are found to have derelicted on their responsibility. It's a cancer that we must attend to. People must know. We must raise the price and we must raise the levels of fear of those who are in public life, okay? Whether appointed or elected. We must raise that. People should not think that they're at home when they're doing matters of the nation, matters of the republic are fundamental issues that all of us must pay attention to. And so I would say, therefore, Honorable Pambo, that the first step for one would raise is to get a briefing from the outgoing board, to demand a report from the administrative leadership of the SABC, and on the basis of that, determine an action. And if we feel that there's been a breach of duty, we take the necessary measures. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zita. I want to also hear your thoughts. As you would know, that the year 2022 essentially has been characterized partly by party political elective conferences. In the EFF, we call them the People's Assemblies. And these parties have had their provincial conferences, assemblies, the ANC, the EFF, and the PAC. And what we saw was a comprehensive coverage of all the ANC conferences. It was so comprehensive that you would see cameras following leaders of the ANC leaving or getting out of their cars into the conference rooms with nothing to say. But when it came to the EFF, we saw this past weekend, the conference started on Friday. The SABC did not cover the EFF. The EFF inquired with the head of news, Moshwesho Monare, who gave a whimsical response as to why there are no SABC cameras there. We are the third biggest political party in this country, and there is a huge interest, not only in South Africa, but in the continent and the world at large. There is no criteria that he could give us as to why there were no cameras at our conference. The cameras came only when the commander-in-chief gave a closing address. And as soon as he finished, the cameras went off. Now, this is the kind of challenge we have with the public broadcaster, which behaves like a state, or rather a government broadcaster, with a clear bias, favoritism. And this is not only to the EFF, but the PAC also had a conference. We did not see the comprehensive coverage that we saw with the ANC. Now, it's not going to end now. It's not only in elections. It's actually becoming worse. As an aspirant board member of the SABC, do you think these editorial decisions should be made regarding the extent of political party coverage without a consistent criteria? Because it's up to Mr. Monare to decide who to cover and when to cover without giving a proper response. I would like to hear you speak on this, and also tell us, if you were to be appointed, how would you deal with this? Thank you.
And thank you very much, Honorable Pambo. I think that we must strike a balance between giving fair representation, okay, of political actors in our country, and at the same time covering players who really are not that representative of the people. Okay, I think, for instance, I think the political parties that are not represented in parliament, for instance, or in municipalities, etc., or seriously insignificant in terms of their presence. I think that definitely, if there's an event between the freedom fighters and in Bloemfontein, vis-a-vis some NGO that has maybe has got one or two municipal representatives, of course we have to give particular attention to the freedom fighters because their impact, their presence in society, necessities that cover, they are relevant to many people who take or participate in the political life of the country. Okay, and I think that there's been an attempt in our country to develop a method, a fair method around representation. I think this has to do, for instance, with how resources are allocated in parliament, blah, 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 with how speakers are distributed in parliament. There is a commitment to fairness. I think we must find a way in which that kind of fairness translates itself also to institutions such as the SABC. Therefore, I would say that it is important that all political parties that matter, that represent sections of our society, are given some representation. But I think that the principle of equity should inform, to some degree, not completely, not absolutely, to some degree, the way such coverage is done. I would insist, therefore, if I come to the point, that there should be a fair representation of the fighters in the same way that there should be fair representation of the PAC, the Democratic Alliance, and of course the African National Congress.
Take it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just check if I'm not leaving any member before I go to Mr. Zita.
Yeah, only one question, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Mlala. I recognized you.
Oh, so sorry, I did not hear you. Thank you very much. Mr. Langita, I only have one question for you. In terms of South Africa building a national identity, I think thus far, in my view, we are regressing into provinces, the old Bantustan politics in our country. And what would you say is should be the role of the SABC in terms of rebuilding that national identity? Because people think that by merely having radio stations of all 12 languages, that's building a national identity. I think if you can go deeper than that and give us a perspective on how you think we should further strengthen building the national identity of South African citizenry. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mulal. You see, the fractures that we have in our country are as a result of our past. A past that has left us seriously unequal. You see, when there's inequality and when there's indeed what one would call scarcity, okay? When there's no hope, okay, people go back to comfortable ways of looking at life. Then you see the people finding comfort in identity politics. And if you look at it deeply, the source of this identity politics sometimes has to do with lack of resources, blah, 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 blah. I think that firstly, the SABC must open up the discussions about national identity, okay? The difficult ones, not the easy ones, not the make you feel good ones. The difficult ones that show the risk of identity formation, where someone sees himself first as a Xhosa before he is a South African. Okay, we must share experiences. That's why I think that part of a public broadcaster is education. Okay? We must therefore visit the third chapters that that we have encountered as humanity in the past, even in the 20th century. Problems like Biafra, problems like the genocide in Rwanda, problems like genocide in Germany, etc., etc. These are difficult things that come about because of people finding simplistic solutions to fundamental problems. So I think that one of the things, therefore, that I think SABC must talk to, the SABC must talk to the challenge of underdevelopment, the challenge of poverty. It must come, there must be programs in the SABC where any aspirant small business person, aspirant cooperator wants to build cooperatives, aspirant know that at least my issues, my concerns are well addressed. So it's me, I've got an appointment at SABC on Wednesday because they will be talking to things that are close to my heart. So I think so I would see at SABC that does not shy away from difficult conversations, but also an SABC that educates us, that sees ahead of the nation and profiles risks that we all need to be vigilant about as we seek to build this united and non-racial country. So I would say, let's not run away from difficult issues. Let's talk about them. Let's not get stuck into them, but let's talk about them. And let's behave what the Brazilian calls the propositional confrontation. That is, even if you confront issues, you're trying to find solutions to them. That's how I would think we could build national identity that's a proper foundation, which is based on the real and material lives of the people of our country. Thank you, Honorable Mula.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm experiencing load shedding on my side. I might be locked off. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. I take it that there's no further hand. Just to get back again with also experience having been in government, let's bring back the discussion on balancing the independence of the SABC and the set national objectives on what the SABC should be able to do. Locate the role players there in terms of achieving that. The board, the executive management that's there, the minister is a shareholder, and the parliament that also does oversight. So if you can speak to that, I want you to go back to it on the impartiality question that was asked. As I said, Chairperson, impartiality is 101 of journalism. And as I was saying earlier, I'm a journalist by profession. So we discussed this, even though we, in the discussions way back when we were at university, the issue of impartiality was problematic, but it was asserted at the same time. Okay, so it is important, therefore, that we should defend the independence of the South African Broadcasting Corporation. It should be free to execute its tasks. Okay. Only when we see it strain out of or interpreting its role in ways that are inconsistent with the Constitution should the board raise issues. Okay, but outside of those issues, we should give and defend the independence of the SABC. But having said so, the SABC cannot be detached from the tasks and the challenges we face as a country. Okay? Majority of people in the rural areas in our country subsist on grants. Okay? Most of our youth are unemployed, etc., etc. There's a serious inequality. Those who have advantage are building on that advantage all the time. Okay? There are also other problems, for instance, where you find that there's some form of racial-based nepotism. Okay? It's a difficult discussion where most of the jobs seem to circulate within certain racial groups. There's a preference in that regard, etc. So these are issues, these are the challenges that our country faces. So I think the point that the board should insist on is that, yes, remain independent, but also you cannot just be passers-by and not comment and not have a view and not engage with the issues that affect the society that we are supposed to be broadcasting. So we must strike that balance. We must walk equally with both those feet. So I would say, therefore, SABC's independence should be sacrosanct, but at the same time, that is not a license for it to be in the skies and unlinked to the daily pain and the daily experience of South Africans. It must engage with those, but find a civilized way, a decent way, a positive way of trying to find solution to the problems that the people face.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zita. We now go to you. Again, the 3 minutes for you to address the committee before we close for Monday.
I want to say that firstly, if one looks at the strengths of the SABC, if one looks at what it is doing now, we must see and find a way to accentuate its strengths. Okay, it does have strengths. Those strengths must be accentuated because those strengths can bring revenue to the SABC. Okay, but it must go there and it must engage with its constituents, one could say, in an active way. We must not be comfortable and say, as UCOs, we know what people want and therefore doing it. No. We must constantly seek to improve ourselves. We must constantly ask questions. We must constantly engage the people. What else can we do more? How do we improve? I think we need, therefore, an engaging SABC that's not comfortable with where it is, that seeks to improve. That's the first thing. The second thing, I think, for me, that we should always, must always remember that the SABC is a public broadcaster. We should therefore insist that it is the public must play its role, should be adequately funded, okay, so that it can discharge of its responsibility. But having it publicly funded does not mean that it should not have elements of entrepreneurship or a strategy for entrepreneurship, a strong strategy for entrepreneurship, where it can augment its revenue so that it can discharge its responsibility. So I would see, therefore, emphasizing national developmental elements and impulses of the SABC, and at the same time, ensuring that it is independent, and at the same time that it is also viable and economically sustainable. And I think that those elements are there. They need to be surfaced, strengthened, and deepened. Thank you very much. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Zita. We've now come to the end of our engagement, and I take it that the set objectives, as I've outlined them in the beginning, is that you share your responses, members would learn, and you'd have also learned from questions posed by members, and that reflection will continue beyond just the interaction we're having now. Just on a formal side of things, just to indicate that if you have got queries or questions, administratively, you'd interact with those that were working with you in preparation for this interaction. But as it relates to the decision-making where we are involved, as you'll be aware, all these meetings are open to the public, and therefore South Africans are able to follow the deliberations up until a decision gets made. It gets to be public, so you'd be able to follow that. So if you were not really a follower of the committee, just as part of getting the information, we'll count you as one of those that will be following the deliberations until there is a decision in that regard. But we really appreciate that having accepted the nomination and shortlisted, that you are before this committee today and able to share your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
We'll release you from the platform, as we'll be asking the administration to indicate who, if the candidate is already on the platform.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is already on the platform, and his name is Mr. Lumkom Timde. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Timde. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Chairperson. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Timde. You are welcome. You are appearing before a subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, as it is called now in the National Assembly. In terms of the rules, the committee can set up a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task and report back to the committee. Our task is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated and shortlisted as you appear before the subcommittee. In its constitution, the subcommittee is a representative of political parties as represented in Parliament, proportional to the size of the party in terms of electoral support of the 2019 elections. So it's quite fairly represented in terms of political parties. Of course, I would just indicate how we are going to approach this engagement or conversation we're going to have with you. So I'm trying to take the word interview a little bit on the side so that you understand. We would want you to relax, engage honestly with the committee, so as to learn from the responses that you share with the committee members, and surely from the questions that the members would also be posing. You'll draw lessons and make reflections even beyond this interaction. We have allocated 45 minutes for this conversation, which is taking into account the brief introduction of the members of the committee. Thereafter, we'll give 5 minutes to yourself to briefly introduce yourself, which would also give you an opportunity to speak to your skills, expertise, and reasons for you to be considered for recommendation into the board of the SABC. Of course, thereafter, the members would be allowed to interact with you. We have allocated 5 minutes for questions and the responses from you as a candidate in interacting with each member. We will then, after members would have asked questions, if there are those questions that we need the chairperson to still come back to clarify, that's the only time I would ask questions. Otherwise, I just facilitate the engagement. We'll then thereafter give you again 3 minutes to address the committee just before you get off the platform. Right. So just a disclaimer on the 45 minutes so that you understand why you're on a waiting room. It's because, yes, we may be shorter depending on the interaction and the responses we receive but there are situations where members would want to make follow-ups the questions that they would have asked to try and get as much as they can in terms of response. Like I said, whilst it may be taken as interview, we play an oversight role over the SABC. Some of the points that get raised are also important in helping us improve the oversight work that we continue to do as the committee. So in that score, there may be situations where the time overlaps. It will not be because we want to stretch, but to make sure that we get the info, which helps us later in the deliberations. I hope that clarifies how we are going to approach this conversation. I will, without further waste of time, introduce the members of the platform. But let me start by indicating that we may have two members that could not be on the platform, but we do have the required numbers to proceed with the interviews. One would have been from the IFP. She may join, she may not. The Honorable Majosi. Then we also had the Honorable Mtembu from the African National Congress, who had also constituency matters to deal with. And therefore, connectivity challenges were also there. So those would have been the members. However, all other members are on the platform, and on the basis of that, we proceed. I'll start with the African National Congress, introduce Honorable Dr. Basop. Honorable Dr. Basop, I hope the power is back. Like it is the case with me.
But anyway, thank you very much.
Okay.
Team there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's Honorable Dr. Basop. We also have the Honorable Mulala from the African National Congress. Honorable Mulala, you seem to
good
be
evening, Chair. Load shedding, I'm like Dr. Basop now in the darkness.
Okay. Thank you,
good evening, Mr. Mtinde.
Evening.
That's Honorable Mulala. Myself, Honorable Manili, as I said, ends, but also the chair of the subcommittee. Greetings once again. We also have on the platform the Honorable Kola Barnard from the Democratic Alliance. I hope we are still connected.
I'm here. I'm connected for a while yet before we get the chop at 10 o'clock. Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's Honorable Kola Barnard from the Democratic Alliance. We also have the Honorable Pambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF. Honorable Pambo is still on the platform.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are still here.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. So we do have members on the platform. That's a brief introduction I referred to. We'll now hand over to you the 5 minutes brief introduction of yourself. Over to you, Mr. Mtinde.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening to honorable members. And I will try and summarize my many years of experience into 5 minutes. I will speak to perhaps the salient points of my history. I am a rural boy from a village called Mvenyane in the Eastern Cape. And I have had the honor of leading the NGO sector before 1994 and led the regulatory body of broadcasting, telecoms, and postal services for 2 terms, and worked at policy, responsible for broadcasting policy at the Ministry of Communications at the time, and I've also led a development fund agency for about 8 years, and also worked for another agency of the state, leading that agency, which is responsible for broadband rollout and digital migration. But most recently, I've worked at the presidency as a special advisor, and currently I do Isgorobo. I'm not sure what to call Isgorobo in English, or short contracts, maybe consulting. And currently, I do a short contract with Centec. But broadly, that has given me more than 20 years of experience in senior executive management. And I have served several boards, from non-profit boards to state entities and private sector boards, and therefore have got vast experience in corporate governance, leadership, and also served in various committees of the different boards. So in the nutshell, that's me in 5 minutes. I've summarized by saying I've been in the cold face of broadcasting, I've been in the regulatory space, and I've been in policy space, but also I've also worked in other sectors, like I also worked in the Ministry of Agriculture. So I've got a wide spectrum of the South African society, and therefore think that I would add value to the public broadcaster, more having been there at a very trying time when the public broadcaster went down and was given a government guarantee, I think in 2009, of about 1.4 billion, and then we had to come up with a turnaround strategy and meet with conditions that were given by the government in respect of or against that government guarantee, and had that experience of working at the SABC until 2013. So therefore, SABC is not new to me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Timte. Would now allow members to interact with you. I'm now looking at raising of hands so as to recognize members and that they proceed to ask their questions. So if I don't see your hand and you want to come in, you'll indicate honorable members as such. But whilst I'm looking for members to engage, let me just indicate that in the way that helps us to flow in the conversation, I would allow the member to ask the questions without me getting in between, so that you respond accordingly until I recognize the next member who needs to come in. Honorable members, may I invite your hands to engage. Honorable Kolabanat, hand is up. Will then allow you for us to look at other hands so as to save time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to you. If I may put a number of questions to you. You've been very deeply involved with government from many facets. I suppose the closest would be as advisor to the president, which ran up until just a year or two ago. So it just seems to me that the difference between a public broadcaster and a state broadcaster may be a line that in your case you blur because of your close relationship to various government entities. So I'd like you to comment a bit on that. It's a case of sitting on a board of a public broadcaster. Do you feel you would have the ability to show the requisite impartiality when it came to your oversight as a board member over various entities within the SABC? Would you find yourself being pushing for a specific angle, a specific government-related way of doing things, or particular party line? Very difficult line to draw. So I'd like some input there. What is what thoughts do you have, if any, on the sacking of the head of news, who was subsequently exonerated by the CCMA, but not taken back, was just paid out? What's your take on that and what happened there? If you were on the board, what would you perhaps change at the SABC or stop from being changed at the SABC in the run-up to the general election? It seems the cycle of stricter control over broadcasting and journalists within the SABC, it does that cycle every election. Yeah, the SABC has dropped a number of programs, and while I think everyone agrees that it's lack of content that has driven down audiences, both radio and television, they've still been sitting on 800 million for content that they have not utilized. And it's very easy to draw the line between the non-utilization and creation of new content and the sacking of over 600 staff members, many of whom were highly experienced in their particular fields. And the concern is, of course, that they're now hiring over 400 in other positions. They're claiming it's with new expertise, but there was really no move at all to try and train up the people they already had on the staff. So a very strange situation of what went on there. Very heartbreaking for the hundreds and hundreds of people who were simply turned away, who dedicated, some of them, their entire lives to the corporation. I'd like your take on that. And as far as you're concerned, how would you plan to turn the SABC around, both in terms of finances and audience, especially in the light of the Zondo Commission revelations about the corruption within the SABC? And yeah, I think for the moment, that's it from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member Diane Koch-Barnett. I hope I pronounced it well.
Cola, like in Coca-Cola.
Yes, thank you. On your first question, in terms of the blurring of lines, I don't foresee that arising at all. First and foremost, I have a history of having been involved in the transformation of the broadcasting industry in South Africa before 1994, post 1994, up until being party to the team of council that licensed SABC in respect of its new license post-democracy, and therefore imposing terms and conditions of it as a public broadcaster. So I was directly involved in the transformation of SABC from it being a state broadcaster to it as a public broadcaster. So I understand the difference very clearly. I was a victim of SABC as a state broadcaster before 1994, and I've been a beneficiary more than just being party to the regulation and licensing of it to be a public broadcaster, but I've consumed the content, diverse content in terms or aligned to the objects of the Broadcasting Act and the objectives of the Charter of SABC as a public broadcaster. So I understand the need for SABC to serve the public, provide public service broadcasting content to South Africa as diverse, as reasonable, and clearly comply with the objectives of the Charter of the Corporation. So I understand those obligations that SABC has as a public broadcaster. And my having worked, fortunately, I worked as a professional in government, and therefore my experience is that of servicing the people of South Africa as a professional, and therefore I would not be confusing the responsibilities as a member of the board, and therefore the fiduciary responsibilities that I would have to be responsible for. I have done that before, and in many organs of state, including in constitutional bodies like the Independent Broadcasting Authority, ICASA, and the SABC itself. And in all my tenures in the respective entities, there hasn't been a complaint of that sort that is blurring of lines. To the contrary, you would recall, Honorable Member, that I was even supported by different parties when last I raised my hand, availing myself after being nominated to serve be it ICASA or SABC. So therefore, that does not arise, Honorable Member. Your second question in terms of the sacking of the head of news, it's a very difficult question to express an opinion on, as I was not there. Suffice that my opinion will be based simply on the reports of the respective investigations that took place and the outcomes thereof. It appears that on just the reading of those findings, that to a certain degree, there may have been a blurring of lines in terms of understanding the responsibilities of both the board and that of management, and that may have been the basis of the cause of the dispute. And the lesson, therefore, in respect of that is at all times to always keep to the understanding of roles and responsibilities, and try by all means to adhere to that line, because that always helps when a matter appears to be a matter that may either be operational or of oversight responsibility. When you look at such a matter with that angle, you're able to then see when you possibly need to draw a line, or when you are free to engage on such a matter. So therefore, I have quite a lot of experience in dealing with such matters. You would recall during my tenure at SABC that we dealt with quite reasonable similar circumstances that we have had to confront, and we used our fiduciary responsibilities to deal with such matters, and never entered the operational sphere because we understood our responsibilities. Your third question, which is a comprehensive question in respect of what one then would be able to do to change. First and foremost, I think the immediate task is not to change, but to understand where SABC is, because I think SABC has come a long way, and therefore one would need to understand, because there's a different understanding from outside and when you are inside, to understand where we are now and why where we are. Then arising out of that, look at, are we exploiting the possibilities that exist for SABC to grow and to go back to its glory days of it being the biggest broadcaster in the sub-Sahara. And that is a possibility if we explore the digital era, look at innovative ideas in respect of content, look at the opportunities in respect of platforms. As we speak, the DTT, the digital terrestrial television platform, which exists in the country, and a lot of work is being done to ensure that there is access to that platform by needy South Africans as per the requirements of that rollout. But there is more than 9 million South African households that do not need subsidy, that just need information to get to know, how do I migrate to DTT? I don't need subsidy. All I need to know is, where do I get an integrated digital television set, or where do I get a set-top box for me to then be able to save the 1.4 or 1.6 monthly fees that I pay on pay television, and get free-to-air television that has all the channels, the multi-channels that I get on pay television, that has got good quality television, high definition that I get from pay television. And that opportunity, I don't think we have exploited it enough. I don't think the SABC has been able to tell South Africans that you can actually get high definition, multi-channel, public service content on the DTT platform, and this is what you need to do. Because that kind of messaging could be welcomed by a number of millions of South Africans, and therefore give SABC the numbers for it to be able to go digital and be on DTT, more so because it has compelling content on DTT. There is quite a number of channels on the DTT platform of SABC, and therefore there is more reason for people to go onto DTT. So that, I think, is one opportunity that SABC would need to consider, including then the other one of all what digitization and digitalization presents is a big opportunity, both in terms of the internal business processes, but also in terms of content creation, content packaging, content production. A whole lot of the work of SABC could be made easy by the digital era that we are living under now. I do not think we're exhausting ideas in respect of that, and therefore we could, once we exploit that, we could save and be able to then, because content remains king, as you say, Honorable Member, I agree with you. Content is king or is queen, and therefore if SABC was to make use of the wealth of content that it has, to try and package it and be able to compete in this digital space, I think it could regain its glory days and save and be able to grow. That is what I think one would facilitate a conversation as part of a turnaround or inputting into a turnaround that exploits the opportunities that exist today. As we speak, the policymaker is having conversation about a whole range of policy reviews. SABC should be looking at those suggestions and looking at what do they mean for the broadcaster and what can be done, therefore, to try and exploit and get ready for that time as when it arises, when new policies are in place. So therefore, the room of thinking and exploiting opportunities remains available and has not been exploited maximally in the current dispensation. So that would be what I would add value to, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabana.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I recognize.
Chair, sorry, before we move on, Chair, could I have one follow-up or would you like me to wait?
If you can just complete that part so that we then move to the next.
Then I'm done. Yes. Thank you, Chair. Just if you could explain to me, looking through your CV, you were a board member, SABC board member previously, and that was from 2011 to 2013, just a short 2-year term. What was the reason for you not doing a 5-year term at that stage? I can't pick that up out of your CV. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I was waiting for that question. We were at the board at a very, very challenging time. We had to turn SABC around, try and comply with government guarantee conditions and reposition SABC at that time. We have had to make quite a lot of changes when we came in. You would recall that we made a whole lot of changes from CFO positions to CEO positions and so forth. And we got to a point where we tried to minimize acting positions because there was quite a number of people who were acting. And one of the positions that had an acting responsible person was the position of Chief Operations Officer. And when we tried to relieve the person who was acting at that time back to his position, because we felt that he had acted for long and therefore it was just right to make that change. There was resistance and tension that led to a number of resignations of some board members, the chair, the deputy chair, and we ended up having a board that did not have a chair and a deputy chair. And in terms of the statute, such a board is not functional. And we tried to engage the policymaker, and through those engagements, we felt that we were not listened to in terms of what we wanted to do to continue the path of positive growth that we had undertaken. And that led to then us resigning, and as a result, the board had to be reconstituted. So that was the reason for leaving in 2013. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabana. We'll now go to Honorable Dr. Basso, followed by Honorable Mbala.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Tim, there is only one question that I have. In terms of the state capture report findings, amongst other things that were identified is the glaring mismanagement of funds as well as corrupt practices within the organization. Now, you as a board member, what mechanism would you put in place to ensure that issues of this nature don't take place in the near future? And also, how we will ensure that there are mechanisms in place to recover the monies that were squandered by the scrupulous individuals within the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, you are right. That's the most important question as part of the new path that our society is engaged in. The path of accountability, the path of fighting crime and corruption. And you would recall during the time when I was at the board, we had to, on sensing a number of what we thought was irregularities, we had invited the SIU to look at what was happening at SABC in the period before our time. And the president had then proclaimed that SIU does its work. And it came with its findings, which we were at that time, in 2013, we had received, and we were working on the implementation of the recommendation that arose out of that. One would have to look at what all those, or a significant number of those recommendations, have been implemented. Unfortunately, subsequent to our departure, there may have been other challenges of similar nature, but the Zondo Commission report speaks to that era that we were also dealing with, and as such, the recommendations arising out of it are very critical, read with those of the SIU. As a board, it is the primary responsibility in terms of fiduciary duties of the board to make sure that we protect the public asset, which is SABC, and also the funds, the public funds that SABC is utilizing, whether they come from advertising or any other line of revenue generation. Once they land at SABC, they are public funds. And therefore, it is our responsibility as a board to make sure that those are managed in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, in line with the Companies Act, and all the relevant pieces of regulation and legislation. So therefore, one would always ensure that good corporate governance guide leadership of SABC, critical, because with that, then you would have all the internal controls and checks and balances that will avoid a similar occurrence occurring into the future. To the extent of what has happened, there are processes in terms of policies, both of SABC and of the state, that will need to be followed in order to recoup whatever needs to be recouped that is belonging to the SABC and may have been wrongfully taken by whoever, or criminally taken by whoever. So one would ensure that such processes are adhered to and followed to the latter within the four corners of the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm okay.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. You can now proceed. Recognize.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My camera will be off. There's load shedding this site. Good evening, Mr. Mtinde.
Evening, what I remember.
Yes, I just want to make a follow-up on the first question, because I think you need to clarify it further, because there were allegations in 2013 on one newspaper that the reason you resigned was because there was an infighting between you and chairperson of the board. And that's the first one. The second one was that you were disqualified because in terms of your qualification, you did not submit all the document and records, academic record, as stated in your CV. So I want you to clarify that first. The second question, this is just a follow-up on what caller Barnard was asking. But I would want you to go further and clarify that so that the South African public can know what really happened. The second issue is, yes.
Oh, okay.
Can I finish? Sorry.
Okay.
Or my audio is not that audible. Yes, the second.
No, it is audible.
Okay. The second issue is around the turnaround strategy of the SABC, because our biggest concern is we need the SABC to go to its old glory days. GTEC has proposed 5 pillars, governance, you name all of them, but I would want you to comment on 2 of them. Financial sustainability of SABC. I think you've commented on the content and the partnerships that you think are necessary. But key to the 2 would be governance, because part of the bigger challenge at SABC it's on governance, whether it's at the level of the board or the administration, or maybe integrate that with both the role of the shareholder and parliament, so that we can have a holistic way of resuscitating the SABC. Maybe in your view, what would be the best way? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Member. My resignation in 2013 was not at all related to me in whatsoever. You would recall, and I think there is quite several reports available in the media, that the main reason for the dispute and clash, if one was to use that word at the time, was because we had removed the acting CEO and from his acting position as the majority of the board. It was not me, it was the majority of the board that had resolved to remove and return the person back to his position. And the chairperson of the board, may his soul rest in peace, did not agree with that position to a point that he then resigned. The board only asked me, when the deputy chairperson also resigned, the board asked me to be the point of entry and a spokesperson for the board during that time where there was a gap, because in terms of the statutes, we did not have a full consecuted board. So I was just the mouth of the board to communicate our decision to the then minister, to the then president, and to the public. So it was not about me. I was acting on behalf of and as mandated by the board. The second part of your question in terms of the disqualification. No, I was never disqualified because of not complying with the requirements in terms of the Act. Again, if you were to go back, and that was not during that time, that was the second time when I was nominated to go back to the SABC. I don't remember the year. but it's not during this period. Then, contrary to information that Parliament had, at its deliberations, the committee seemed to have misplaced my certificates. And during that, it then had to remove my name because it said I was not, I had not submitted certificates. And the chairperson of the committee at that time tried to get in touch with myself and couldn't. And the following day when I got in touch with her, and she explained what happened, I showed her, I sent to her the email of the organizations. It was several organizations that had nominated me. And I sent those emails with the attachments that were there. And that proved that in actual fact, as a matter of fact, certificates were attached with my nomination. That is why the following day, Parliament apologized to me. They wrote a public apology to me, and I took on several media organizations that had reported that matter without complying with the press code that is checking with me. As a result, I took several of those media houses to the press ombudsman, and again, it's on public record, they all apologized to me, and that matter therefore ended with the apologies from Parliament and from all the media houses that had misreported that matter. So that therefore does not at all mean I was disqualified. There was an error, and unfortunately I was withdrawn based on that error, but then Parliament apologized and I accepted the apology. On the question of turnaround, you are very right, Honourable Member. Financial sustainability is key, and when I answered Honourable Member Diane Bernat, I did speak to some of the ideas that could generate income. Honourable Member Mulala, you would imagine if free-to-air television was to be a choice of every household, as opposed to the current dispensation where a choice of watching television for many households is pay television. Many households watch free-to-air television on the pay television platform. But DTT presents an opportunity for many households to watch free-to-air television on a free platform. So if energies can be spent on that by SABC to win those households, that would give SABC the numbers required for it to be able to tap on new revenues that would then assist SABC to sustain itself financially, including the idea of content that are brought by many of the innovative opportunities and creative opportunities brought by digitization and digitalization. Those also would yield to revenue generating because many of those ideas, because digitization makes the cost of doing business lesser than in the normal conventional way of doing this. So therefore, SABC would save some costs and be able to manage its finances better if it was to explore and maximize the opportunity available of digitization and digitalization. Similarly, in terms of the partnerships that you spoke to, indeed, if you look at I think Section 8 of the Broadcasting Act in terms of the Charter of SABC, you would see in the objectives of the Charter of the Corporation that there's quite a lot of things that SABC may not be doing maximally. That if it was to tap on those and have partnerships, more so with digitization opportunity, it could then yield it tapping on those partnerships and commercializing some of those relationships and therefore generating more income. Yes, governance as well, you are right, that good governance stabilizes an institution and enables it to focus on its core business. And that is important. And for me, that is my strength everywhere I work, to make sure that good governance must be adhered to, because it lays foundation for us to succeed in the core business of any company. And therefore, yes, indeed, I would have to, if appointed, I would contribute strongly in respect of adherence to good governance, and thus stabilizing both the board and management. But also on your last point of the role of shareholder in parliament, again, the law is quite very clear in terms of the roles and responsibilities. If you look at clause 3 of the Broadcasting Act, when it defines the broadcasting systems, the preamble there does speak to roles, including when we then go to chapter 3 in terms of the charter. There's also the role of the regulator, which the regulator is required by law to ensure, monitor, ensure compliance with the charter of the corporation. That responsibility is that of the regulator. If the regulator does that well, you may minimize some of the challenges that we've experienced. The parliament makes laws and of course monitors reports in respect of adherence to the responsibilities that are enshrined in law for the corporation. And the executive makes policies in terms of the law, and as a shareholder oversees the shareholder agreement between itself and the corporation. Then you have the Companies Act that also defines the roles and responsibilities. If we adhere to those statutes, it stabilizes relationships. It enables that everyone operate in his or her lane, and there are lines, bold or dotted lines in between the relationships, and those need to be managed with that understanding. If we all have that understanding, whenever there are challenges of assumptions that some line is crossed, you're able to reflect and see, oh, no, we may have crossed that line now, let's go back to our lane. And I think that is common in almost every company. It's not only the public broadcaster that has got such challenges. And if those are adhered to properly in terms of the law, it manages relationships.
Thanks, Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. Not sure if left anybody. Might go back to Tim.
You coming back to me, Chair?
Yes. In the absence of further clarity.
If I could have a follow-up, Chair, I put my hand up. Perhaps you didn't see it.
Oh, I didn't. Honorable Kola Barnett.
Sorry, I think with all the load shedding, not many people can see much of anything. Could I just have your input on a couple of matters? The reports from last year, why would the public protector have felt the need to shield you as the former CEO of USASA from disciplinary action, from the suspension, from all of that. What was the link there? I haven't been able to work it out. It was because of the report she then wrote that all the members of the board were fired, and then that whole judgment was overturned and chucked out. It seemed a very bizarre situation for you to be involved in. Please, can you explain, you know, what that was about, why it happened, and why you were suspended? You know that when you were at the SABC board, I've heard it described as one of the most dysfunctional SABC boards that existed in the time of the SABC. It was, of course, disbanded by Parliament in 2013. But yeah, I know you resigned just before it was disbanded. But that was when Dina Pule reinstated Cloudy Motsoeneng, much to the catastrophic developments that followed. I mean, we all know what he was like and what happened under his tenure. So what were the dynamics going on then? I mean, you were part of a dysfunctional board, but I kind of feel you jumped before the ship sank. But the fact that, I mean, it was slightly fighting you, was it? You said that the CEO, I mean, I know he was, you know, when it came out, he didn't even have a matric. He said he didn't need one. He was the most extraordinary character. I used to hear him speak with such contempt of his senior staff. It was extraordinary. So look, it's very interesting to me that you've been kind of neck deep in these dramas. So I'd like an explanation. And why would the public protector, now going to the other entity you belonged to, why would the public protector feel the need to try and cover for you, protect you? I mean, what have you got on the public protector, or if she's still the public protector tonight? Why would that be? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I so wish some of the members from your party, Honourable Dean Smart, Honourable McKinsey, were still alive. They would have explained this to you better. But let me attempt. The public protector did not protect me, but I had lodged a protected disclosure complaint because I had complained to the minister, and subsequent to my complaint to the minister for an instruction that was imposed on me by the board, I complained to the minister and I reported it to the Auditor General and the National Treasury. Subsequent to those processes and even actions by the minister to say the board would have to take responsibility for the financial implications of those unlawful instructions. Then subsequent to that, then the board suspended me. And clearly that fell in the Protected Disclosure Act category, and I lost that complaint. And it is that then the public protector confirmed. But even before the public protector confirmed, the minister had acted after having been dealing with the board for all that period. The minister disbanded the board before the public protector released her report. So therefore, and the minister did not accept the recommendations of the board in terms of the disciplinary process they had conducted against me. So therefore, the decision of the public protector was not to protect me. It was lawful. And the then board, after it was disbanded, and I was reinstated, it then took the matter to court. And you would recall that in, I think, September 2018, I went to court and argued against that application for its agency, but also there were arguments on the merits of that application. and the court, the High Court, judged in my favor, or rather dismissed that application of the previous board that time in terms of its agency. Then the matter, of course, was then put on the normal roll. But I went back to work and served my contract till the end in May 2019. So I fully served my contract. It's subsequent to that then that the matter said. And when the matter said, obviously it was moot for me to participate in that application because such defenses are very, very costly. I have had to sell my house in order to defend myself in terms of the actions of that previous entity. So therefore, I did not appear as a respondent when the matter finally set on the roll because I was no longer going to be affected by the decision. And in any event, my understanding of that application was fundamentally to protect the applicants in respect of the decision of the public protector. Neither did the minister, who was also a respondent, participated in that court process. So the applicant was on their own with, of course, the public protector, and that's where then the judgment was served against the public protector. So that's the context of that, honorable member. And I suppose had I had the resources to participate at that final hearing, perhaps maybe the judge would have had other set of facts and therefore could have come to a different decision. But of course, I didn't see it necessary because I didn't have the money to go and participate there on a matter that related to my previous employer at that time. On your second question, in terms of SABC being dysfunctional during my era, no, I don't remember, it's not the case. If you were to even just go through the annual reports of 2011, 2012, 2013, you could see that there was a huge improvement at SABC, despite all the other problems that were happening. Because yes, indeed, I must be honest, there were challenges, but governance-wise, it was functional and things were happening and we were correcting some of the wrongs that were taking place. The dysfunctionality happened as a result of that action. I don't remember the months off my head, but it probably took just a month or so, that particular problem. Because when we removed the then acting COO, then there was the campaign against us. The minister, I remember the minister went to ETV wanting us to change the decision. We could not change the decision because the decision was taken lawfully. And that became the source of the problem between us and the minister and between us and the chairperson and the deputy chair of the board at that time, resulting to then the resignation of the chair and the deputy chair. That caused the dysfunctionality. And when we then operated without those positions in terms of the statute, we could not function as a board, leading to us then resigning as well, and therefore Parliament had to disband the board. So that's the context, and I think that was just a particular period as a result of the action we took, which was the right action as confirmed by the Zondo Commission in terms of a number of other things that we were concerned about at the time.
Chairperson, I have one last question, if I may.
Yes, please conclude so that we wrap. Yes.
Will do. I'm concerned that you're on the record as saying you support a media tribunal. That doesn't gel with me as being a characteristic of someone who's committed to freedom of expression. You want the state to regulate journalists. As an ex-journalist myself, you could try, but I would fight you to the death about it. it's not what this country is about. So I find it very strange that you're on record as saying this is something that you support. You know, in the Broadcasting Act, it actually says that members of the SABC board must, and I quote, when viewed collectively, be persons who are committed to fairness, freedom of expression, right of the public to be informed, openness, accountability on the part of those holding public office. That does not speak to someone who wants to regulate journalists and hold tribunals. What's next? Burning them at the stake? No, no, no. So talk to me about that. Convince me that I'm wrong.
Thank you. I can assure you, and the history and my record speaks for itself. I have fought for media freedom, freedom of expression, right to communicate, access to freedom to access to information, and all those noble principles enshrined in our Bill of Rights. So I've never been found wanting in terms of non-compliance with that. Where you are respectfully wrong, Honorable Member, is interpreting the proposal as suggesting a state regulation of the media. It never was. You can go to the origins of the recommendation and the resolution of the ruling party in respect of that. The origin, not what media interpreted, because deliberately, and I've been participating in several discussions around this, the media deliberately did not want to reflect on the original resolution and what it meant in terms of the recommendation. And we have had to explain that on several occasions, but to give you comfort, Honorable Member, as a result of those proposals, a lot of changes had to take place. There was the Press Freedom Commission that was then established, led by the late Honorable Chief Justice Langa, which confirmed the concerns that we raised as part of that recommendation. Subsequently, there was a transformation, digital and print media transformation task team that further looked at whether the recommendations of the Press Freedom Commission were implemented and came to similar conclusions that there were challenges in respect of the media. Hence the rationale for independent regulation of the media. I don't think, Honorable Kochla Banat, you differ with me. Independent regulation of the media. It happens in the broadcasting space, and we were saying in respect of the print media, there was self-regulation that was very much controlled by the owners. And until the Press Freedom Commission intervened, changes had to happen, leading to what exists now, which is a quasi-self-regulatory system, but not yet, of course, fully reflecting the full independent regulation of the media, which is an internationally accepted standard. And all journalists that are freedom, media freedom champions cannot say that independent regulation of the media is wrong. Yes, state regulation of the media would be wrong. And that proposal never suggested that. So that would be what I would say in response, and therefore say, indeed, I agree with you that the protection of the media is enshrined in the Constitution and must remain there. We need free media, pluralistic media, diverse media. We need journalists that are responsible, that act within the confines of the law, that are not abusing their power, because when they start abusing their power, then they start affecting the rights of other people, and that is what is wrong. Whereas when they exercise their responsibility in terms of the law, adhering to the press code, with a self-regulatory system that if it has taken a decision that is not satisfactory to the complainant, an appeal mechanism that is independent of the owners is the one that adjudicate over an appeal, then a decision would then be taken that will be fair to all players, be it the journalists or the complainant. And that is what I support, and I continue to support, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabanat. As I said, Mr. Mtimte, we are with you now, the 3 minutes to really address the committee before we flow from the platform as we close this interaction. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I thank all of you for shortlisting me. First and foremost, I thank those who nominated me. I thought that I'm getting into retirement and therefore I need to go rest, but they convinced me that I need to consider the nomination. I thank them, and I thank yourselves, the leadership of Parliament, for shortlisting me. I hope that together we will be able to, if appointed, make sure that we take SABC to another level. The opportunity is now, and therefore I think we can make SABC the SABC of choice that every South African relies on. So I hope that I've assisted your process in terms of these considerations, and look forward to your decision at the end of the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Timothy. Just to indicate that the same objective I've outlined earlier, I think the met shown you the blend from the questions members to the past, and that your responses would have also been helpful in making members also then beyond just the interview, that we continue to be the oversight role on the SABC. So we do take whatever can share us. Just from a point of formality, that as we conclude, of course, if there are further queries to make, the administration will be point of contact, committee support, interact with them as you did. You were preparing for this action. Of course, as it relates to the decision making, which is ourselves, as you are aware, our meetings are open to the public. South Africans are able to follow the deliberations until report to the committee and ultimately to the House, and then it gets to the other side for a final. So if you've not been following the deliberations, we are signing you up as one of those that now the committee, so as for you to understand where we are in terms. So we will then take the opportunity, as I said once again, to thank you for making time at this time of the evening. We'll be releasing you in that scope as would be getting to the next. Thank you, Mr. Mtimte.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the engagement. Pleasure.
As Mr. Mtimte is out of the platform, honorable members, there's been a request on the platform of the committee that even though the virtual does make us to be closer in our spaces, for purposes of concentration, honorable members are asking for a 10-minute break, that they refresh a bit to concentrate for the last two candidates to complete.
Chair, before we move on, just a matter of housekeeping. We've been given a schedule for tomorrow and Friday, and yet tomorrow we only do 4. interviews, but Friday we do an enormous number. I think
Yes,
it's
let's
13.
talk to that before we close, Honorable
Okay.
Kalapan,
Can we discuss
because
it
I'm
then?
also struggling to open up a program.
Oh, okay. It has also been emailed if that it helps, but it's on, I think it was on WhatsApp as well.
Yes,
But it just seems to me we should do more tomorrow night than because otherwise we're going to be there 2 in the morning on Saturday. Anyway, well, let's talk about it.
Yes, we'll talk about that. Of course,
Sure.
understanding the house sitting that also needs to take place and caucuses.
Yes, of
That's
course.
Thursday.
Unfortunately, yeah.
So let's take a break, come back at
Yeah, Chairperson, my battery this side and load shedding is killing me. It might die, but I will still be on the platform until it dies.
we hope it won't die, Honorable Mlala. It's fine. Let's see when we get back.
Sure.
Yes, Honorable Mlala, thanks. We're waiting for you to reconnect. We do remember you told us about the struggle there. But we do have the numbers to proceed. I think we can proceed now. May I just check with the administration if the candidate is already on the platform, right? That's Mr. Ramkumba.
Yes, Chairperson. The name is Mr. Katuchelo Ramukumba. He's on the platform. Thanks, Chair.
Welcome, Mr. Ramkumba.
Good evening, Chair, and good evening to the honorable members.
Evening. You are welcome. And I know it's very late in the evening. Members have been standing for quite some time for the day. But you can be guaranteed, though, that will give you the same attention we have given to other candidates.
Okay.
That's nothing. Please feel welcome. And you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, as it is named now, of the National Assembly, and for the rules to create to give the committee the right to create a subcommittee that focuses on a particular task. And our task is the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated and shortlisted for as you appear before the subcommittee. Of course, the subcommittee is constituted by different political parties in line with the proportionality to size as a result of the electoral outcome of 2019. So therefore, it is a fair representation of parties as represented in Parliament. The approach we take is the 45 minutes engagement with you or conversation. So we just put the interview a bit on the side so that you are also engaging honestly with us as the committee, so as to learn from you as well as you also learning and making reflections even beyond this interaction on what members would have raised. But more importantly for our side is the oversight role we still play on the SABC board beyond just the engagement. So we use the lessons to also improve our work. In that 45 minutes, it takes into account a brief introduction of the members. Immediately after that brief introduction of members, we'll then give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself. And in that introduction, you'd use it to also talk to your skills expertise that, if given an opportunity, you'd be able to use to contribute positively in the SABC board. Of course, thereafter will allow members to interact with you. We've allocated 5 minutes per member who want to speak, who will ask questions and your responses in the 5 minutes. And of course, once the members are done, if there's any matter to still follow up, that's when the chair would probably ask a question. Otherwise, I just facilitate the engagement in the main. I must put this disclaimer quickly that yes, the 45 minutes is the guide that we use. Sometimes people do less than that, depending on how the engagement is, but there's also a possibility of a spillover in terms of time, as members do make follow-ups just to clarify the responses that you would have given, which is helpful as we'll be getting later to deliberations and we should be clear of what the candidate would have shared with us. So please bear with us in that regard. So I would then, without the waste of further time, just introduce quickly the members that are on the platform. I'm trying to check if we have not lost this other member on the platform. I'll start with the African National Congress. members that are on the platform. We do have the Honorable Malala, just to check if it's still connected. Honorable Malala.
I'm connected, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malala.
I'm not able to open my video because of the load shedding.
Yes, we take that to account, Honorable Malala. I also just check if we had Honorable Dr. Basop, who was also experiencing load shedding. I just hope we have not lost him now. But he's been on the platform. Check that from the NC. We would have indicated that we may be joined by Honorable Mtembu from the African National Congress also. I myself, Honorable Maneli, from the NC and the chair of the committee. We also have Honorable Kolabanet from the Democratic Alliance, as you can see.
Yeah.
She's here. We also have the Honorable Pambo from the EFF. Honorable Pambo, can we hear?
Chairperson, I'm present.
So as we proceed, we'll then be giving you now an opportunity to address the committee. As I said, you would use the 5 minutes to your side to do that. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And once more, good evening to you and the honorable members. I also just want to also indicate upfront that we are scheduled for load shedding at 10. So if it does proceed, I might maybe just be off for a minute or two whilst the backup kicks in for the Wi-Fi. Just to put that apology up front. Initially, I thought that if we had worked in line with that schedule, I would not have had that challenge. But maybe just by way of introduction, my name is Ramukumba Katu, and to give a brief overview to the committee of who I am and what I can potentially offer to the board collective of the SABC would be just to maybe reflect quickly on my academic qualifications. I have a BCom financial accounting degree from the University of Pretoria, which after completing it, I proceeded to obtain BCom financial accounting honors with CTA through the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And beyond that, I've also completed an MBA from Henley Business School, which is the business school of Reading University from the United Kingdom. I've also had a couple of certificates that I've completed, project management, and also advanced banking services, amongst others. And then from a work experience point of view, I started my career with the Office of the Auditor General, which is where I did my articles. And that career then proceeded within the public service. I joined Randwater after that within the internal audit division of Randwater. I started as a senior internal auditor. By the time I left the Randwater in about 4.5 years, I was the general manager for internal audit at Randwater. And then I proceeded to join the National Youth Development Agency in the position of Chief Financial Officer. And then I proceeded then to also occupy the role of Chief Executive Officer of the NYDA. When I left the NYDA, I joined the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority in the role of Chief Executive Officer. And then after that, I had a short stint with the South African Post Office in the position of Group Chief Financial Officer. And I'm currently occupying the role of Vice Principal at the University of South Africa, responsible for finance and business enterprise. And then from the governance point of view, in all the roles that I've articulated from Rainwater, specifically when I was the General Manager of Internal Audit there, I was exposed to the audit committees and the board activities there as a representative of the internal audit unit. However, beyond that, in my roles from the time that I joined the National Youth Development Agency to where I am now, I've been a member of the board, in certain instances as an ex-officio member of the board. But also beyond that, you would see that in my CV, there's also a reflection of involvement in a number of boards, as well as audit committees. Those that are currently active would be that I am currently serving as the chairperson of the Audit Committee, Audit and Risk Committee for the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature. I'm also currently serving my last term as a member of the Audit and Risk Committee for the Limpopo Provincial Government. And recently this year, I was also appointed in the Audit and Risk Committee of the Northwest Provincial Government. So I then bring with me a wealth of experience in leadership, as well as broadly governance and administration, and a wealth of that experience coming from the public sector, which I think can add value in the journey of turning around the SABC as it were. So I think in short, Chair, that would be my attempt at giving a brief overview of who I am and what I potentially bring to the table insofar as the board collective of the SABC is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I said, we would now get to a point where members will now start interacting with you, those who would want to ask questions. Starting, I see Honorable Kolabanat's hand is up. I'll proceed with her whilst I'm checking other members to ask questions. Honorable Mlala, I've noted you, you'll follow, but let's proceed, managing time. Honorable Kolabana, you can proceed.
Thank you so much. You were the CFO at the post office in 2020, is that correct? 2020, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. I just want to make sure I had the date right. Now, are you aware that currently they're owing 700 million in back payments for medical aid staff? They're not paying VAT, they're not paying UIF, they're not paying pensions, and that senior managers who pay the full amount, the company doesn't pay a third to the medical aid, they pay the full amount themselves. None of the amounts taken off of their salaries have gone through to the medical aid. They're all being threatened that, oh, we're going to take 50,000 off your pension by the medical aid. So there is massive fraud, as far as I can tell, going on there. Did this happen under your watch? That's what I need to know, because you were there what feels like yesterday. Let me go through a couple more questions. If you're going to be sitting on the board, I presume you know and are aware of the things that have been going on there. What are your thoughts on the sacking of the head of news and the fact that she was then exonerated by the CCMA, but they didn't take her back, they paid her out? I'm interested in your opinion of that. What would you change at the SABC or seek to not have changed in this run-up to the national election in 2 years' time? Because it seems the SABC is always on this swinging 5-year scale, and every time it heads towards an election, the pythons go around the necks of the journalists. So I'm interested in your input there. The SABC has been sitting on 800 million to spend on content, and they haven't spent it. And yet the listenership and viewership have dropped massively because of the lack of content, new, bright, attractive content. They're going to ETV, they're going to Mnet, Netflix. What's your thought on that? Why has this been allowed to happen by the current board? What is the situation? What has driven it? And is it, do you think, tied to the sacking of over 600 staff, many of them highly experienced? Did that have an impact on the lack of production and sourcing of good content? I'm sure you're aware they now have turned around and are hiring over 400 again. And there have been claims that they have different skill sets, but as far as I know, no training was offered at the SABC before the axing. So that's an interesting one. Your expertise right down the line is as a chartered accountant, as an auditor. You have the financial skills that would, I think, augment a board, fit in very well. We're looking at for all different skill sets in terms of that. But in fact, you were on campus radio when you were at university, so you have a smidgen of experience on radio work. But as far as I've seen, there's no further involvement in the media at all. So would your thrust then be mainly looking at the books, trying to turn the SABC around from the terrible financial hole they've got themselves into? And what would be your ideas on how to do that, how to drive the SABC out of this cavern they've found themselves in so they can emerge in the light again? Thank you for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabala. Mr. Ramkumba, I probably would have forgotten this part, that we are making it interactive as far as possible, so as to limit the chairperson coming in between.
Okay, all right.
So once the member is done with questions, immediately you get into interact. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I was waiting for your direction before I come in to respond to the questions that have been put forward. So I think, Chair, on the first part of my short stint with the post office, I'm not sure how far I can go in responding to that question, but let me attempt it this way. I was with the post office for about only 3 months, and I must indicate that some of the issues that the honorable member have raised were playing themselves at the time, and we would have had discussions at the level of executive management during that particular time, as well as the board, and one would have expressed one's views about the situation, and also spoke to certain things that can be done. But I'm somewhat restrained, call it constrained, I think, in terms of how far I can go with that. Suffice to say that those issues would have been engaged with, and I would have offered my propositions on how the situation can be dealt with, both in terms of the legal obligations, also from the perspective of the Companies Act and what the Companies Act imposes on those of us who are directors. So I think I would want to leave it at that, and maybe just indicate that one would think that those who are currently charged with the responsibilities of leading the post office are attending to the issues and the challenges as they continue to persist from what one can see from a distance. And then on the issue of the sacking of the head of news, the question can only be answered on the basis of what one would have read in the media around the circumstances around that particular issue. Again, there is a limitation of not having the full facts on the table of what transpired there. Suffice to say that, as the honorable member has indicated, that the head of news or the former head of news would have gotten, or the CCMA would have responded or would have adjudicated in favor of that particular individual. In that context, one would just want to believe that on the basis or the decisions that were taken at the time were based on the balance of evidence that was before the leadership of the SABC, and that it was not malicious, and that the decisions were taken because it was the understanding of those who were making the decisions that the decisions are in the best interest of the SABC, and also that such decisions would have been lawful and within the realm of the policies of the SABC, as well as the loss of the land. That's how I would attempt to speak to that information. Like I said, owing to the fact that one would not have the basis or the facts around the situation, because I would not have been with the SABC at the time. And in terms of the change, really, I mean, I would have looked at there's the broad coverage within the media space of the SABC and the ongoings of the SABC. And I think it is worth noting that it does seem that the SABC has in recent years found the ability to turn the corner. There are still a couple of issues if one looks at the things like the annual report. You still see persistent issues around irregular expenditure. I noted when I was looking at the annual report that where a qualification point from the external auditors was largely based on the fact that they couldn't ascertain the completeness of the accounting of the irregular expenditure there. So that just indicates that that one area, it's something that seems to persist, that requires attention. And if the question is what can be done to address that, one would say that there would need to be the strengthening of the internal control environment there, and also the oversight that the board and through its committees would need to do to make sure that there is compliance to legislations and policies insofar as procurement is concerned. I think a lot has been said about the SABC, even at the Zondo Commission, which suggests the need for a more improved control environment, which I think can also be achieved by applying combined assurance, which does not only leave it to the external auditors to determine or identify where things have gone wrong, but rather that the management itself must be the first line of defense in making sure that the staff members who are participating in the procurement space actually are particularly trained, they understand the policies, they understand the legislations, so that they do it right the first time. Internal audit can come in handy there as well. The Audit and Risk Committee can assist from an oversight perspective, and of course, the board itself. And insofar as maybe the more specific question around the election issues, one would just say that if one gets the opportunity to be part of that collective, what one would seek to achieve is that the SABC lives to its mandate and its constitutional obligations, as well as that which is expected of it to be fair, transparent, equitable, and be representative of all the voices, and to be able to, provide information, or to inform, to educate, and to entertain in a manner that demonstrates that that is done without fear or favor as it were. And again, on the issue of the spend, the inability to spend rather of the 800 million on content and all that, again, one is limited by not fully understanding what would have been the circumstances there. One wonders if COVID-19 and the lockdowns that came with it had anything to do with it, but content management would speak to the core business of the SABC, and one would expect that that type of underspending negatively impacts on the mandate or the core mandate, the primary mandate of the SABC. And if one was to be part of the collective, that is one area that one would want to understand why such underspending, and also to better assist from an oversight perspective, of course, without venturing into operational matters, to assist management in planning better and being able to spend so that they're able to deliver on the primary mandate of the SABC. And then the issue of the 600 staff members who would have been retrenched, I believe that was the exercise that the SABC engaged in as part of its turnaround strategy. Section 189, retraining and redeployment would be a priority, so that you try and assist in the limitation of job losses, especially in a country where we have such high numbers.
It has been hit by
Honorable Bambo.
Chair, if
not sure, I was struggling to hear the
Okay, I think he'll get back. I think he's the one losing the network. Yeah. You can proceed.
Okay, no, thank you very much. So I was saying that in a situation where 189 is applied, one would expect that retraining and redeployment would be the first priority, especially in the context of our country, where we have very high numbers of unemployment, which then place itself on the unintended consequences of poverty and inequality, as it were. One would want to say. So I really don't know what would have informed the thinking around the retrenchments, especially if there is such large-scale recruitment, unless, of course, if the situation is such that the skill set that are being brought in are very specialized, in a manner that those who would have been released through such a retrenchment program could not have been retrained and recapacitated to be able to take those. And one would think that maybe that is informed by the digitization strategy, which potentially informs the future of the SABC, given where we are as a country and the globe insofar as digitization is concerned. I think if I did not miss anything, the last part would be, yes, I did work for the campus radio when I was in campus at the University of Pretoria. So that is what I can refer to as the primary involvement within the broadcasting environment. Suffice to say that since then, one would have engaged with the media, both television and radio, as an interviewee on the basis of the various positions that I would have held in these different organizations, as it were. But indeed, that experience is somewhat limited. But I do think that the SABC is a business, and the experience that I have collected over the years of administrating state-owned entities in the South African environment. And my participation in the boards and the audit committees, as articulated earlier on, does offer me or place me in a position where I can add value to the board collective of the SABC beyond just the finance and audit, which is what can be referred to as my primary area of expertise, as it were. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabala. We'll now recognize Honorable Mlala. Please proceed.
Yeah, thanks. And good evening, Mr. Ramukumba.
Good evening, Honorable.
Yes. You speak a lot about the finances and how you would help SABC in relation to financial sustainability. And that is well taken. However, you spoke very little about governance, around governance in the SABC. You have been the CEO in one or two companies, but specifically in relation to SABC, what are the things that you think are not in line with your governance principles? And also relating to turnaround strategy, you also need to speak to the partnerships that you think are necessary in the SABC. I also want you to comment on that. The last part is we are trying to posture the SABC as a key point in terms of nation building. How do you locate your role on the board in relation to building one national identity? I think those are my questions. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Through you, I will proceed to respond to Honorable Malala. On the governance as well, maybe let me also just go back a little bit to the question of the long-term financial sustainability of the SABC, which I would want to expand a little bit before I go to the governance issues and the partnership issues and the nation building project. So the SABC, if one looks at their annual report, you actually realize that there seems to be struggles on both sides of the equation. So if I were to put it this way, I would say that profitability or breaking even, depending on where you think the SABC must locate itself, where it can be defined in a mathematical equation where you say revenue minus expenditure equals profit, or revenue minus expenditure equals break even, depending on where you think the priorities of the SABC should be. And when one looks at the trajectory of the SABC over the couple of years, you realize that there is a struggle, because in one way, you can improve the financial situation to a profit situation or a break-even situation by growing your revenues, right? Or you can do so by managing and containing your costs to the level that what you have, which is not growing at the rate that you wish, is something that is able to sustain your operational requirements, as it were. But the best case scenario and a winner scenario is one where you are able to achieve both. You are able to grow the revenues and you are able to contain the costs. And when one looks at the SABC situation, one can say that there's been a struggle on both sides of those variables that I've spoken about. There has been a struggle in growing revenues, and there've also been a struggle in containing the costs. So to address that question of financial sustainability, there has to be deliberate strategic intervention and tactical interventions, one can say, that are aimed at growing the revenues, and which I think part of the growing of the revenue speaks to the third part of the question from Honorable Malala, which speaks to the exploitation of strategic partnerships that the SABC can enter into. And in where I'm seated, I think that the SABC stands a much better prospects insofar as the public service mandate is concerned. I think that they are, you know, greater opportunities in terms of partnerships, donations, and sponsorship that can be explored in a targeted manner, where one is mindful that this is an open interview, so one wouldn't want to maybe go into the details of it all, because it's accessible to everybody, including the competitors of the SABC. But one can say that if the SABC can be deliberate about packaging its offering and be deliberate about targeting potential partners, potential donors, potential sponsors, and so forth, there could be an opportunity to grow what the SABC currently define as an unfunded or an underfunded mandate insofar as public service is concerned. So those are the aspects that I think must inform and should inform the question of sustainability. And of course, one note, the interventions that have been made, we've already touched on some of them around the implementation of the Section 189 and so forth. So one would need to understand a little bit more the cost structure of the SABC beyond just the employee cost question. How can that be better addressed? But one also thinks that the adoption of technology in the era of digitization can also further assist the SABC in managing its costs. And once you are able to grow the revenues and once you are able to contain the costs, you are then able to get to that point where the SABC can be self-sustainable, it can break even, or it can even, on the other side of things, it can turn around and be profitable and maybe one day pay a dividend to the shareholder to assist in dealing with the challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, as it were. And then on the aspects of governance, I think that the West, at least I speak from someone who's speaking from the outside, it seems that the West at the SABC may have passed, or at least the situation is better. The West is what one would have read about, call it as far back as the time of the former public protector's report on the SABC, and recently what we have heard and witnessed from the Zondo Commission. In that regard, one thinks, if one looks at the coverage, at least of the SABC in recent time, it does seem that the leadership there has managed to achieve some strides in getting it to the right place from a governance perspective. But I also think that the new bill, the SABC bill, assists the situation of the SABC from a governance perspective, because it better clarifies certain critical aspects, what then becomes the role of the minister, for an example, from a governance perspective. And again, if one speaks to the question of financial sustainability, that bill also assists in empowering the SABC a little bit more insofar as its pursuit of the collection of licensing revenues concerned, which is critical, especially when one looks at what is being reported as the level of collectability by the SABC of TV licenses, which is quite low. And I think it's an area which, if enough effort is given to it, there could be a potential for increased revenue there. And of course, one can speak about the advertising and so forth and so forth. Now, around the question of locating the SABC as a national key point for the nation building project, I think that it shouldn't be a complex matter for the SABC to be able to execute and deliver on that particular mandate, because in the first instance, that's what the Constitution expects of the SABC, that the SABC must be able to bring and accommodate and equate, as well as promote all cultures, religions, and so forth. And so I think In the primary mandate of the SABC, it is embedded that the SABC must serve as one of the critical vehicles in this country in delivering nation building insofar as the project of building a united and non-racial and non-sexist society is concerned. And of course, expanding that to the catering of the needs of women, those living with disabilities, young people, and those in the LGBTQI community, as it were. Thank you very much.
I'm covered, Chair.
Thank you then, Honorable Mlala. I'm just checking if, because Honorable Bambo lost twice he was speaking, so I'm checking if he's back. Because the Honorable Mtembu indicated challenges also with connectivity whilst she is on the platform. So I will just maybe as a way of following up, just to check again, the point about the independence of the SABC versus the role of the different stakeholders, which is where mostly the unavoidable tension comes from. If you want to speak to that on how you balance that independence, the role of different stakeholders, of course, with the need to advance these objectives set, one being what you've been speaking to about nation building, because that's where mostly the tensions would come from. And how do you balance that so as not to collapse the public broadcast?
So I think, Chair, the first thing and the correct thing is would be to acknowledge that the responsibilities that the SABC has are complex in nature. And I think the same goes with generally state-owned enterprises in the South African context and most developmental nations, where such entities have what we would call a dual mandate. The commercial mandate, which says run a professional business so that you're able to be sustainable and profitable, but at the same time play a developmental role. And I know that I'm expanding the response a little bit beyond maybe what the question was about in terms of managing the tensions of the stakeholders and achieving the balance. But I'm just broadly speaking and locating the complexity of the SABC and again in the context the sector, the state-owned enterprises sector, because those two mandates, as it were, are not always complementary. In fact, in certain instances, they are contradictory in nature, because the pursuit of financial sustainability or commercial viability may in certain instances contradict or conflict with the pursuit of the developmental agenda, but those needs to be balanced. So when one draws that a little bit closer to the direct question of how do you then achieve this nation building mandate, given the varied stakeholders, which by themselves, by the way, would more often than not be in conflict with each other. I think the example, there is an example in the case of the SABC, which is, I think, something that has been an albatross on the neck of that particular enterprise for a long time. Is the stakeholders insofar as the political domain is concerned, where there would be accusation and counter accusations about maybe an unbiased or favorable media coverage towards a particular direction and not the other, and so forth. But I think that what is important is that the SABC has to have policies and processes and procedures of how the allocation of coverage and how the servicing of the various stakeholders is managed within the SABC. One, to make sure that the public service mandate is achieved, and two, the commercial mandate is also achieved. But beyond that, and what is critical for me insofar as stakeholder management and conflict management is concerned, is that such plans and such policies must be widely communicated to all stakeholders, so that every single stakeholder within of the SABC must understand the workings and the operations of the SABC to an extent that they understand how coverage happens. If we make an example of political coverage towards elections or any other time, there has to be a clear understanding of how the coverage, the time allocation is given, and such must be engaged with the political formation so that they understand. And if anything, they can hold the SABC accountable on the standard that has been clearly defined and has been clearly and articulated to them, and everybody understands. So I think here the key thing in any stakeholder management and stakeholder relations situation is that there has to be communication. Relationships have to be built, and not only be built, but also be maintained over time to make sure that there's a platform for those stakeholders to raise their grievances, but also that it's not necessarily only a one-way street, and where the SABC itself has to raise certain issues with certain stakeholders, it is able to do so. So that would be how I would suggest, Chair, that such contradictions and conflict that cannot be avoided can be managed, because I think to do away with it or to completely eradicate it will never happen, but you can manage it in a manner that it can allow the SABC to be able to execute on its mandate in a manner that is seen to be equitable and fair and transparent and without favor or fear, as it were. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ramkumba. In the absence of further questions, I will then come back to you to give you 3 minutes to then address the committee. And I think as you elaborate in your responses, I think a number of questions to follow up gets to be covered.
Okay.
So in that score, it's now your time to address the committee in 3 minutes as your last points before we formally close the session.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think I might be able to do it in less than 3 minutes. Mine is to say that first and foremost, one appreciates the opportunity to be able to be here and offer a hand to participate in what Honorable Mulala correctly defined as a nation-building project. You would have seen in my CV that I have been a public servant throughout my professional career. It is a choice that I've made that I do want to offer my professional skills in making South Africa work as a country, because I consider myself a patriot and I live every day in aspiration to act and do and speak as a patriot, so that I can be a party to a building of a country that creates an opportunity for everybody to live a better life, as it were. And maybe in conclusion, just to say that indeed one appreciates the opportunity to come here and express oneself in the hope that in the wisdom of this committee, Parliament and the President, one can get that opportunity to serve. But I do wish the committee well in the work that you have been doing and that you will be continuing to do, and wish, even if one is not party of those who will form the board collective, wish those who will make it well in assisting the SABC to turn the corner and really play its role as it was envisaged in the Constitution. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Mkumba. Just to once again, thank you for still interacting with the committee at this time of the day, and that just for formalities, for any queries that you would have post this interaction, administratively you can engage with the committee support that worked with you as you were preparing for the interviews. But of course, with regard to our decision-making process, I can confirm that, as you know, all our meetings are open to the public. And in that score, you can be able to follow the proceedings of the bill. Such a recommendation is made. And I want to indeed indicate, if you have not been following all the time what happens in the committee, this would also be an opportunity to follow the proceedings of the committee as you would want to hear firsthand on what could be final recommendations. Once again, thank you as we allow you to leave the platform and get the other candidate on board. Thank you.
Chair, and good evening as you continue to work. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. David?
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate, which is the last one, Chairperson, is Mr. Tembisa Fakude. He's on the platform at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Fakude. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly.
Correct, Chair.
Yes, Fakude, right. You are welcome. Thanks for patience. And I've seen earlier on you would have got into the platform, so we do appreciate that you've been waiting to come in. Probably the last to see this evening, but I can tell you that we will treat you the same way we have treated others. So you are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly, which is subjected to the rules of the National Assembly. And the rules do provide for a subcommittee to be created by the main committee to look at specific tasks. And our task is really the appointment process for the SABC board. Of course, which is where you've been nominated and shortlisted, hence you are appearing before this subcommittee. Of course, the subcommittee is also constituted by different political parties, of course, taking into account proportional representation as per the 2019 elections outcome. So it's got a fair representation, not a one-party committee. So it's important to put that point. Of course, we had budgeted 45 minutes for this engagement, or you can call it a conversation. We tried to put the word interview aside, so as to allow you to relax a bit and be able to honestly interact with the members who would be interacting with you through questions and so on. So in the 45 minutes we have allocated, this includes a brief introduction of members on the platform, as well as giving you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, which will also give you an opportunity to speak to your skills, experiences, and how that could contribute to the SABC board once you are considered for recommendation. Thereafter, would then allow those members who would want to ask questions, interact with you, and thereafter, if there are further questions to be asked by the chair, just to clarify matters that members would have raised, will do so. But if the ground has been covered, there would be no need. But then come back to you to give you 3 minutes after interacting with the questions of the members to say your few points to close up the discussion, and will then formally close. I take it that that helps to direct how we want to go. But I must put this disclaimer, at least you've been waiting, so you'd know this, so I should just put it, that the 45 minutes, it's the time we've set. Sometimes get to be less than that, depending on the engagement and responses, but sometimes a little bit over, as members make follow-ups to try and get more of the responses they expect to get from you. So please keep that in mind. Otherwise, as I said, I would introduce those members that are on the platform. Of course, we get others in and out because of power challenges and as well as connectivity generally. So we do have from the NC, we still have the Honorable Molala. I hope he's still able to connect because he also kind of about power failures. So it seems Acacia Park has now got electricity.
Yeah, electricity is back.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. We did have Honorable Mtembu not long ago, who also indicated connectivity, trying to get in and out. We've had Honorable Dr. Basop, also from the ANC, who's been with us throughout, who was in the load shedded space. We hope by the time we get to questions, some of those will be back. Honorable Kolabanat has been standing, changing gadgets and so on. I'm sure
yes,
she's...
I'm here. Still with us. For some reason, Parliament is still connected. I'm holding fingers, thumbs and everything.
Yes, you're lucky, because that's almost the last candidate at least. We did have Honorable Bambo, who also got cut off as he was speaking in the previous candidate interaction. So we hope to get him reconnected in that score. Honorable Machozi would have apologized from the IFP, who attends to other matters. However, we'll proceed in that score. So that's briefly the introduction of members. We'll then give you the 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself. But as I said, members will then interact with you after the 5 minutes introduction. But in their interaction, they will then take into account also your detailed CV that they went through, and therefore questions could go beyond just what you would have done in the introduction. Thank you.
Chair, we're here. We're just struggling with this thing of connectivity.
Yeah, so that's Honorable Bambo that I introduced from the EFF. So we'll remain co-reading And therefore, for that reason, we proceed. Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Sozo phuma umlindelo baba. Sesilokugcina. So
bengisaba nje umoya, bengisaba nje umoya.
So we are back here, Mr. Fakude. We are giving now to you the 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the honorable members. My name is Tembisa Fagude. I come from Soweto. I'm a journalist by profession, and I'm now transitioning into academia and writing. I have been a journalist for better part of my life. I've worked for Al Jazeera Media Network. First started as the assistant producer for the Arabic channel, which was based in South Africa in 1999. I then moved on to become a senior producer on news gathering, and eventually I became the head of the office, what is known within our business as the bureau chief of Al Jazeera Media Network in Southern Africa, running offices in South Africa and in Zimbabwe. And during that time, I was also lucky enough to be part of the board of the Foreign Correspondent Association of Southern Africa, which is a body of journalists, foreign journalists based in South Africa, including CNN, Sky, BBC, and others. So I was a member of that board, and I served as a deputy chairperson. And in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, I then became the chairperson of the board before I was asked by my institution to relocate to Doha in Qatar, where I joined the Al Jazeera Center for Studies, which was more of a research center. And in there, I ran the external relations department of Al Jazeera Center for Studies, and I also headed the English department of Al Jazeera Center for Studies. Over and above that, I'm the columnist at the Middle East Monitor, which is the publication based in London, United Kingdom. I also sit on the board of Common Action Forum, which is an institution based in Madrid, Spain. I'm also the research fellow at Al-Sharq Forum, which is a research academic institution based in Istanbul, Turkey. Over and above that, I have certain passions. One of them is tourism. I'm a qualified national tour guide in South Africa, meaning that I know and understand South Africa fairly well. I write largely about the social politicization of trees in South Africa, how these trees impacted in terms of our history, etc. So that's my interest. I currently serve on the board of Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, which is the government entity of Gauteng. I sit there as a deputy chairperson. I also sit on the ARC committee of the GGDA. Over and above that, I chair the board of Oliver Tambo International Airport Special Economic Zone, which is a subsidiary of GGDA. And I've written extensively on various issues, particularly on issues of the Horn of Africa and the Gulf. I also run the think tank, which is based in South Africa, called Africa-Asia Dialogues, which deals with matters pertaining to the region of Asia and Africa. So that's who I am. I have other interests which I'll be willing to elaborate on if I'm given an opportunity, but that will be if the members decide to further ask me about my other interests. But that's basically who I am. I'm more of a journalist. I've cut my teeth, or journalism teeth, at Al Jazeera Media Network. I was fortunate enough to have been employed by them. And I returned to South Africa officially in 2020. And before that, I was in Doha working for Al Jazeera. I continue to contribute on television and radio in South Africa on various issues. I have participated and been featured in almost all television channels in this country. And I've also featured prominently on radio on matters pertaining to the Horn and other socio-political matters that continue to go in the news. So that's in a nutshell who I am. And I'll be more than willing to further elaborate if there are any other questions.
Mr. Fakude, I will now allow members to interact with you. I do see the hand of Honorable Kolabanet. I will then be identifying others as they raise the hand, but for purposes of time, I will then allow her to proceed. Honorable Mlala would then follow. Honorable Kolabanet, recognize, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. As our last interview, I think we'll all be smiling a little bit. Couple of questions from me. I found it an absolutely fascinating leap from 5 years at Alexander Forbes, looking at the risk insurance, etc. And suddenly you turn around and you end up on radio. I'm fascinated with like a 180 turn. And you stayed there for 13 years. So this was not a flash in the pan thing. This was a dedicated move to a completely different career. So I'm most interested to hear what happened there. And then looking at a position where if you were sitting on the board of the SABC, what would you change at the SABC, or what changes would you try and prevent as we move up to the next general election? Because I'm sure you know full well that there's this 5-year cycle and things become stricter and stricter in terms of news coverage as they get closer to the election, and people try to use the SABC for their personal ends, changing it from a public broadcaster to a state broadcaster. So I'm interested in your input on that, what changes you would make or how you would try to prevent that from repeating itself. And then looking at the SABC, we've seen the canning of a number of real hard-hitting programs. We've seen a massive lack of content, despite the fact that they have 800 million set aside for content unspent. And the lack of content has led to audiences dropping both across the board, TV, radio. And then, to my mind, there's a possible link between the sacking of over 600 staff, many of whom were highly experienced. And the one could have led to the other, as it were, to the lack of content, the lack of a driven audience-based produce. So that's something that I'd like some input on from you, your opinions on that. And what are your plans to turn the SABC around? It's obviously in a financial hole, and this in the light of the Zondo Commission findings about the corruption within the SABC. What would your plan be? Be an interesting answer, that one, between your Alexander Forbes training and your radio work, somewhere in the middle there. Are you aware that the SABC, having fired the 600, are now putting out adverts for over 400? They claim for different skill sets, but they made no attempt to train anyone into the new skill set. So very bizarre things going on there. And yeah, I think that's it for the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I go ahead, Chair?
Please, Mr. Fakude, maybe that's something we would have left. We are keeping it interactive so that the chair doesn't come in between members and yourself. Thank you.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, thanks very much, Honourable Member Dan Kohler Bernard. very difficult questions, but I'll start with the easy ones. The first one that you asked about what made me move from Alexander Forbes to media. I've been very lucky to know people who have been able to identify talent where they've identified it. And I'm also proud to say that I've left most of the institutions with which I've been associated with on a very good note. So the reason why I left Alexander Forbes, it was purely growth. I've always been fascinated by journalism. It was my first choice actually after finishing high school, but I ended up doing other things and even going to an extent of studying politics to a master's level, but journalism has always been my first love and interest. And I was lucky enough to meet someone who introduced me to Al Jazeera, and the rest is history. So it was, again, just to answer the question, it was an opportunity that availed itself because of certain individuals who identified talent and who felt that I could be more productive in journalism than where I was at the time, notwithstanding, of course, that I learned a lot at Alexander Forbes, particularly on matters of pension and provident fund administration and just business in general, because after Alexander Forbes, I was part of the Price Forbes, which was at the time was a subsidiary of, Alexander Forbes was a subsidiary of Price Forbes. So I was moved from Alexander Forbes to Price Forbes, where I joined at the time it was a prestigious Price Forbes 2-year graduate program where I trained under very capable people whom today I ascribe my business acumen to. Those are the people who taught me how to do business. So Price Forbes did actually assist me to train, but as I've said, the calling came and I was lucky enough to join Al Jazeera and I moved from being an assistant producer all the way to be the bureau chief, and I ended up heading all the foreign correspondents who were based in South Africa. So that's the first question. That's the first answer to the first question. What will I change at SABC? I think one is the capacitation, particularly in terms of skill. News gathering skills are changing all the time. And I think there's a need for that intervention of helping news gathering and output. In other words, journalists who go out on the ground to gather news, they need to acquire new skills. They need to know how to use the new technology, which, by the way, could save us a lot of money, because there are a lot of new technologies that are efficient and easy to use that can be introduced to the personnel at SABC, particularly the news gathering personnel, in terms of helping us cover South Africa as it's supposed to be covered. So that's what I will do as the first point, introducing new technologies and new manners in news gathering, including the output. In other words, the proper television. After we get news, you bring the raw footage into the newsroom, edit, and then you flight it on screens. So all of those departments do require some kind of intervention, particularly when it comes to technology. So that's one thing I'll do. The other thing I'll do is, the entire world is facing a big challenge in terms of resources, how we go about funding news organizations and the business of news. There are a lot of discussions in terms of hybrid manners of revenue generation, and there's a lot of other revolutionary ways of how we can go about funding our business, besides the cross-subsidization, which has continued within the SABC, where the commercial side continues to fund the public interest part of our business. So I think I'll introduce things like, for example, philanthropy, which is beginning to play an important role in terms of funding the business of news, donations, etc. Of course, there are trappings with this type of, or the model of funding, where the stronger donors and will want to dictate their own interest and agenda. So how you avoid that, you split it up and avoid having one dominant philanthropists or donations coming into the business. But these are type of hybrids that the world is talking about at the moment in the absence of viable sustainability or sustainable way of funding our businesses. So that's what I will also introduce. The other thing which I think is very important is the new media space, or what is known as digital. I think there are a lot of opportunities there in terms of monetization of the new media space. You need people who are fit for purpose, who will understand how you go about maximizing the monetization of resources or revenue from the new media space, whether it's YouTube, for example, or other social media spaces that do, by the way, generate income, but they do require people who are quite savvy, who can implement new strategies on how to go about monetizing on that. So that's another suggestion I will have in terms of trying to turn around SABC. But over and above, we also need people who are fit for purpose. We talked about content earlier on, and you also talked about 600 staff members that were retrenched, and later on, the SABC is once again looking at employing 400 people. I have argued all along that content is key, content is king, and I don't think that we should make those people who have experience and who are content capable redundant, because we still need them. Business of news, television in particular, and radio is all about content. What is different this time around are the modes or the conduits of transferring or communicating the content that we continue to create. So the social media platforms, for example, and digital platforms, these are important platforms, but without creators of content, they are useless. So we need that mix within our business where you acknowledge that we're in a business of content production, which is very important, but at the same time, we need to employ new technology in terms of broadcasting, in terms of conveying messages that the content manufacturers or producers are involved in. So that's one of the other things that I will look at bringing in and changing within the SABC. There is a migration of, and this is throughout the world, a migration of audiences because of competition. And one of the things that I think we're not doing enough is watching what competition is doing, not only in South Africa, but throughout the world. And that's very important. The organization that I worked for, we had a group of individuals, mixed group of experienced journalists and young journalists who are looking at modes of production, who are looking at what, for example, Netflix is doing different. In South Africa, you look at what ETV is doing different, what Newsroom Africa is doing different. And that's very important because it gives you ideas on how to move forward. But another phenomenon which is very important is the homegrown content. The fact that we return money to Treasury because we couldn't spend it, of course, it's troubling. But it's troubling because we don't have people who are fit for purpose, and those are producers, those are content producers who will be able to understand the trends and look at how they can facilitate the continuation or the continual production of programs, which, by the way, is part of what the mandate of the SABC is all about, which is entertainment. So we do have enough in terms of informing our audiences through various news channels, but we also need to look at how we go about entertaining our audiences, which I think is very, very important. In the past, SABC has been an incubator in terms of promoting local talent and local arts, music, etc. And perhaps we should look at returning to those low-hanging. There are a lot of people who've got content that can be shared with SABC and who can help us, rise above the current competition that we find ourselves. So that's one of the things that I'll look at, which is more of identifying content producers and again watching what competition around the world, which for me is the low-hanging solution is to see what your competition in the business of broadcast or news are doing. And we all have access to that. And perhaps we should establish a platform within the institution that will look at that and begin to introduce those new ways of production within South Africa. So I think the third question about the 800 million dropping across the world and what plans are there, or I would implement it as SABC are tied in together. The last one is about the I think you talked about the retrenchment, the retrenchment of staff from SABC. Of course, it's sad that you retrench people and again go and re-employ similar skill to replace those that were retrenched. And one of the things that has led to that is again the undermining of skill, particularly when it comes to those that produce content. And it's because there are these blurred lines in terms of the general belief that the new or young people are much more needed and efficient within the newsroom, but we do forget that the content producers are extremely key. And as I've said, we need to encourage this mix where you bring in young people. They can train in terms of them becoming content producers in the future, but again, their skill by and large is about the new modes of dissemination of information. In other words, the new media platforms. However, you need to retain the skill of the experienced content producers within our newsroom. We'll continue working hand in hand with young people who are quite savvy on matters of social media, etc., towards the success of institutions. So that's the view I hold, and I hope I've answered all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Mulala, can proceed.
Yeah, thanks. Good evening, Mr. Fakude. I think the larger part of my questions have been answered. You answered the questions relating to financial sustainability of SABC. You answered digitalization of the institution. I was quite listening to you carefully, but you said very little about governance and partnerships. So if you can conclude that question in terms of what do you think you can do to turn around the SABC? And then my second question will be around the issue of building one national identity. We've been characterizing the SABC as a center of national cohesion and unity, but we have not yet achieved one common national identity. Yes, people talk about 8 to 12 radio stations that speaks 12 languages, but for me, that's not enough. We need something that can bind South Africans together at the level of SABC. So with your international experience, what would you propose in relation to that? And maybe the last question would be your experience internationally with Al Jazeera surely has taught you something about how SABC can expand beyond South African borders, how we can market the SABC to be a voice of Africa, if you like, and what would be the best way that we can do that?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Very difficult questions, and I don't think there's one particular answer to all these questions, but I will try. I'll start with the first one, which is on governance and what we can do. Firstly, I think that the role of the board is that of overseeing and oversight. That's the first point. The other point, which I think is very important, and I will say this because recently I've been watching two very interesting movies, and I will encourage, or I do encourage many people to watch those movies. One is called The All President's Men, and the other one is The Post. These are movies that were produced in Hollywood, and they're all about the Watergate scandal and how the Washington Post, broke that story. What was interesting there is how the board, the executive, and the newsroom worked together, and I think they help in terms of depicting this ideal situation that all of us hope for in terms of running news. The newsroom is as good as the executive makes it to be. In other words, the newsroom is supposed to be a buffer between the board and, the executive is supposed to be a buffer between the newsroom and the board. And I tell many people this, that once you cross the line from the newsroom into the executive, you can never go back because you begin to know things that you're not supposed to know. Newsroom must be allowed to be maverick. They must be allowed to be dreamers and revolutionaries. And you must allow the pull and push. It exists in every institution within our business. And part of governance for me will be to harmonize that relationship, to communicate that it's okay to have the pull and push. In South Africa, they call it interference. I'd rather call it pull and push, which is a very healthy trait within the business of news, where journalists will always want to push boundaries, but the responsibility of the executive is to allow them to push those boundaries while also protecting the interest of an institution by convincing continually the board that it's okay to do certain things. So for me, that's very, very important, and it addresses the issues of governance very well, because that harmonization of relationship, I do believe that could or does oftentimes produce harmony and success within business of news. That's the first point. The other point, of course, you need to start identifying people who are fit for purpose. This mix that I was talking about is key in terms of bringing people with the relevant skill, particularly who are au fait and capable of executing the new technologies that we need, because business of news is about, or is dependent largely on technology. So it doesn't really help much to have people who cannot operate technology. Not having them in the newsroom could, and oftentimes disadvantages the free flow of our business. So the mix of these content producers who are experienced individuals who understand how to write, etc., and the presence of young people or old people who are able to operate these new forms of technology is key. So governance will have to look at those issues, the generational mix, but importantly, people who are fit for purpose, or not only at the executive level, but also at the news level. The other thing I think which is very important is the thorough understanding of the flow of news and the flow of chain of command within the business of news. And I think oftentimes there's always been that skip. So journalists will have an access to the board members and board members will have journalists. And that, for me, that breach of this buffer, which is key, which is executive, then collapses a potentially successful enterprise. And I think that should be avoided at all costs. But having said all of that, I would like to reiterate that I'll rather call what is known as interference as pull and push, which is something, according at least to my experience, something that's commonplace in all news medias around the world. You will always have people having certain intentions, business, for example, or the representatives of the shareholders will always want to see certain things, and the newsroom will always want to see certain things. And this buffer called executive comes in quite handy in terms of ensuring that that harmony exists within you. So that's for me governance issues. This is outside, of course, administration in terms of looking at the relevance of some of the equipment that is continually used within news gathering in some of news businesses. There is a need to continually consider or look at the type of equipment that we're using in terms of how you continue gathering news, etc. So that requires a certain dedicated department, people who have interest in terms of following technology, who will continually look at what is the latest technology in terms of broadcast, and they will come back and inform the executive on what to invest their money in. Unfortunately, in most instances, we don't have those departments. And I think that's key, to have a technology department. And that department's job will be to travel the world, read magazines, watch television, look at what competition is doing in terms of technology, and they can come back and advise the executive what to invest in, and what's the latest technology. The last question that we've had was about national identity, how we can achieve that. That's quite a difficult question to answer. But I'll tell you one thing that has been very effective. There was a campaign on SABC a long time ago when we were growing up. It was called the Zap It in a Civic can. It was an ostrich that used to go around and screaming and shouting at people who were littering. And we used to watch that very closely in Soweto. And as a result, till today, I don't litter because of what was impressed on me by that ostrich. Now, matters of national identity and cohesion require continual campaigns. And we have the platform for it. SABC is that platform. At some point, we used to have these multicultural campaigns promoting multiculturalism, etc. I think we need to resuscitate that. It's cheap, and it can easily be produced and amended on a monthly basis. So these continual campaigns on national cohesion, on matters that will highlight national identity, on littering, for example, people in this country continue to litter for whatever reason, notwithstanding what I've just said, but there are a lot of other, GPV issues, etc. So SABC is that platform which is there to inform, entertain, and also educate our people. And I think there is no better platform than that. I'll suggest that the easiest way of fostering a certain national identity and cohesion for me will be to look at these campaigns. And I know radio stations have these campaigns. I listen to a number of local radio stations in various vernacular languages. They have campaigns that are going on. And I think for the sake of promoting national identity and cohesion, embarking on the national campaigns like the one I alluded to earlier will be very effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. But maybe just going back to this point so that I'm sure I do understand this pull and push interpretation as opposed to the use of interference. Maybe locate this from a point of stakeholders like the ministry, parliament, the board, the executive, and so on. So as to be clear on this, because that's where unavoidable tensions arise and interpretation or misinterpretation of actions that each of those stakeholders would take on a particular matter that relates to the SABC as a public broadcaster.
Well, I think it's important for us to have clear definitions and parameters within the business of business such as SABC. So you have a territory which is called a newsroom, which is then followed by the executive, what we will call the managing editor section of our business. So you've got the the chief editor, who's the person who runs the news, and you have got the managing editor, the managing editor, who's the person who runs the business of news. And these, for me, are very important. And one must actually protect the other. And in this case, it escalates. So the executive must always ensure that the lines and this buffer that they occupy between the board and the newsroom is maintained, but importantly, there is harmony in it. Now, when it comes to stakeholders who always feel shortchanged in terms of coverage, of course, they will have to come and often scream at the executive. But if the executive really do understand their mandate, they must, number one, entertain complaints, they must entertain discussion. But again, that pressure is also very important, and it exists everywhere around the world. You'll always have people who feel that they are not covered or not given airtime. Now, the key is the executive understanding its role in terms of shielding and protecting the newsroom and allowing the newsroom continue functioning the manner in which they have to function. So the executive must then go and scream and shout in the newsroom, and that's the pull I'm talking about. And the newsroom will then say, no, we're not interested. And so that's the pull and push. But what we have tended to see is that there is the breach of that buffer. So you have the outside stakeholders somehow finding their way into the board, and the board finding its way with the outside stakeholders into the executive. And in some instances, you find all of these people inside the newsroom putting pressure on journalists. And that's why I therefore think that we have the role to play. And if I am given a chance, one of the things that I'll insist on is a healthy, continual discussion with these outside stakeholders. But at the same time, while at it, it's important for us to educate the stakeholders of the importance of news and the importance of keeping these lines independent. Because I think sometimes we fail in doing that. And again, insisting on the executive to protect the newsroom. The newsroom is not supposed to be having access to stakeholders and others in terms of influencing what they're supposed to cover. And I know that's a tall order. It's easier said than done, but it takes a certain type of leadership with the ability to communicate, the ability to explain why it's important in terms of maintaining our democracy and ensuring that we have a properly functioning fourth estate to maintain these lines and ensuring that all of these buffers that protect all of us. In fact, that's how we created. That's why we've got the board, we've got the executive, and we've got the newsroom. So in closing, I'll quote Ben Bradley from the former editor of the Washington Post when he was asked about what makes a good journalist or what makes a good newsroom. He said, you are as good as your owners want to be. And in this case, our product, which is journalism in this case, is going to be as good as how we as the board members and the executive want our journalists to be.
Thank you, Mr. Fagude. Of course, we are at that point where you need to address the committee in 3 minutes before we finally close, having interacted with the members.
Okay, well, thanks very much for the opportunity. And I'd like to say that one of the reasons I came back home, other than some of the personal pressures that I've had, was to come back and contribute to the experience that I've been lucky to obtain overseas over the years. I'm ready to do so, and I think that the skill that I've acquired over the years in different parts of the world could come quite handy in ensuring that we promote good journalism, we promote good governance, particularly in the business of news, because you need a specific type of experience and governance skills to manage business of news. And I'm hoping that that experience that I've acquired overseas over the years could assist in facilitating that and in helping us protect this national asset called the SABC. And we can continue making sure that it continues to be the incubator, because SABC is the incubator of journalism in South Africa, whether we like it or not. All other news channels, if you really think about it, have one way or the other recruited journalists from the SABC. SABC is the place where journalists are trained, particularly for South Africa. So if I'm given that opportunity, I hope to continue furthering that purpose amongst others.
Thank you, Mr. Fakude. As I said, we have come to the end, but surely the objectives we have set in the beginning, where we said surely through the interaction with members, you'd still have reflections to make, even beyond the time we've allocated, and that members would have definitely learned a lot from experiences you've shared, especially as we continue to do oversight as Parliament over the SABC as the entity, but more importantly, as we install the new board that comes out of this process. Thanks very much. And of course, as I say once again, thank you for still standing at this time of the night. And we hope
Pleasure, Chair.
we hope we'll still have a bit of what is left of the night to have. Thank you. But just on the formality side, is to indicate that if there are queries that you still have, follow-ups that you want to make, you are free to engage with the administration that worked with you as you are preparing for the interviews, Ms. David and the team. From the point of us as members and the decision-making processes going forward, as you'll be aware, all our meetings are open to the public. So this process is open to the public. South Africans are able to see what we do up until we get to a point of making the necessary recommendations to the House, and those recommendations of the House getting to the President for final appointments. So if you have not been following the deliberations, we now have another new follower of the program who would be looking at how this program unfolds and finally making recommendations. So really thank you for your time. And therefore it ends here from our side, as we would allow you to get off the platform, just for us to conclude our part as the committee as we prepare for the other day. So you were the last candidate, but like we said, we were still wide awake to engage with you, and you'd have been wide awake yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Very much, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'm sure there's a point that has been raised by Honorable Kolabanat, which I said we'll deal with it maybe towards the end. And it's good that we still have the required number to can make some conclusions on this matter. So I see that on the platform, we still have 4 members on board. So out of the 7, of course, Honorable Bambo, who was our number 5, continues to come in and out because of the network. I hope he's following that now. With my interactions on the sides, it's becoming quite clear that even if we wanted to try and bring other candidates forward during the day before the House sitting, it will be difficult to get other members out of caucuses that are planned on a Thursday, but also that the House sitting at 2, it's important for all members to attend, which is why the schedule starts after the plenary at 6. what we are trying to get is for the administration to try and persuade 2 of the candidates that were to see on a Friday, that we load them for tomorrow so as to lessen the time we take on a Friday that can lead us to Saturday morning, looking at the numbers. So would indicate to the members if that has worked out, but would work on the basis that will start after plenary, given all these challenges that we have spoken about. So that's really the guidance, honorable members. I hope it does make sense because it seeks to balance all the other concerns and party work that you need to do, which has already been scheduled long before the interviews were set up. Great. Can I get a sense of agreement? All right, thank you.
Agreed, Chair. Thanks for that. So if there is a change, I'm sure they can just tell us
Yes.
when it's convenient, because we don't really need to know until we start.
Yes.
So I'm just looking, what is the time that we start?
Mr. Gabeni, isn't it? It's the target time is 6.
Yes, the target time is 6, Chairperson, you're correct.
6
Yes.
o'clock, there it is.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for that.
That's it. And I must appeal to your mental fitness and physical fitness that we do complete. You've been, I think, doing very well thus far. I think there's been some consistency in terms of engagement. If we can keep that, we should be able to move even quicker. Of course, candidates will differ and the areas you are covering, right? Because we also take into account what could have been public comments already received to some on some of the candidates. Thanks, honorable members. Please do enjoy the rest of what remains of the night.
Thank you. Good night.
Wake up the next morning. Thank you. Night.
Good night, Makosong.
Honorable Mlala, at least your bed didn't die completely before electricity came. Otherwise, you would have hit me with current problems. Thank you.
No, electricity saved me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Nice.